All right. We're live again. Day 2 of the weekend playtest. The June weekend playtest. It is the 29th. Oh my gosh. Why did I just get a hiccup? Thanks for watching the VOD. If you're watching this right now, you're probably watching the VOD. How's it looking? 39 people in here. 65 on El Tendra. Only 30 on Haradrel. 40 on Spurfall. Triminax 130. Carivia 88. Rel 110. Alright. Dark Edict. What's going on? Dark Edict said, played with Nick on a PvP server last night. Huge gain since December playtest. Had a blast. Nice. Yeah. I think he's been having some fun. Hey, Quicksana. Do I die? No. Good. Hey, Thulan. Hey, Jet City. What's going on, Mr. the Cow? Sorry, I just got distracted. So, full disclosure, I'm popping into stream tonight to basically see if anybody needs any help with anything. Do a little customer service, see how the playtest is going. But also, listening to the team in the background. I'm listening to Tangent stream some EverQuest. I mean, I'm so used to watching him play EverQuest. Some Monsters and Memories actually in the background. I'm so used to his like EQ streams that it's really awesome to see him actually playing our game. So that's pretty cool. Hey, Death Binomes. What's up, Silver Dragon? Man, some bodies out here. Mr. Cow says, hey Sean, does your team have an idea on what would be an ideal player count for a server yet? To keep from being overcrowded, or is that something we'll work on later? So it's basically, the challenge for us is, it's not as much as server problem as it is a zone problem, but what you're asking is, okay, based on the number of zones that are available, what's going to be the right number of players to have? And the, that's what we're figuring out now, honestly. And what we know is that as we go into early access and we continue to grow the game world, there'll be more and more zones available, which will then make it so that the servers can more comfortably hold more and more people. Also, as players mature, right, as they level up and start to spread out across, you know, more zones than just Night Harbors, and that also has an impact. So it's something we're just going to keep an eye on and keep figuring out. We don't have like a perfect number at the moment. Yeah, so that's one of the things that's helpful about these tests as well. So, Shatarg, have you been talking to, have you talked to Ali at all in Slack or anything? Or sorry, not Slack, Discord? Okay, yeah, because he mentioned he found like some issue that was like specific to some other languages. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, so you said I have an update that you might want to tell people, and that's good to know about merchants that bug and getting stuck in zone after looting some items. Change your Windows language to English USA and not run in Swedish like I did. Yeah, because I think he found another issue you just said was exclusive to French. So, it's weird shit, but that's part of the fun of doing this, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna be too distracted if I'm listening to him. I'm cheating. I'm cheating on you. I can't listen to the team and Tangent and talk to you at the same time. I'm busted. Jasmine's just over here, shaking her head. Shatarg said, yeah, all my friends had the same issue and we're all running with Swedish Windows. Yeah, that's wild, but I'm sure it'll make sense at some point. They were talking about it. They were talking about it in Slack as I was eating dinner. I was eating dinner and watching Tangent stream, which that's pretty fun. It's funny, he rated here with, it says Tangent rated you with a party of 273 viewers, and it was no bullshit, like 1 minute after we rated Chinny D last night. But it's kind of good, because if he had rolled in here with like 200 plus people at whenever it was I got done, was it midnight or something like that, I would have been up all night probably chatting. So I'm glad I could get to sleep. You knew it. French breaks the game once again. Exactly. It's about using comma and period, I guess, in a database. Ooh. Yeah, because I've got I've got a Swedish keyboard because I brought it with me from Sweden. I'm in Germany, so I've got a bunch of shit that defaults to German. And then I'm typically typing in English because, well, that's my means of communication, right? Like, I'm not that fluent in anything else. So, the whole, like, comma versus period thing when dealing with numbers and shit is such a pain in the ass. I forgot. Did Sweden do that as well? Like, I'm paying for something on PayPal in Germany, and it's like 200 euro and 53 cents or something, and it's like 200 comma 53, and it makes me so nervous. I'm like, please don't pay this guy like $2,000 or whatever. Yeah, exactly. And it's instead of like 3.5, if it's like 3.5%, it's like 3.5%, I think. Why do they do that? You know, Europe, they're a bit behind. They're a bit behind. Once America brought civilization to the world, we just gotta wait for the rest of them. They're still using things like the metric system. What is that? What is a kilometer? Oh my gosh. How exciting. Barbara asked the guard, where can I buy food? And got an explanation. We should measure stuff in gnomes. That's actually lore. I don't know if you know that, but we have 2 units of measure within our game world. We have the unit of measure that the gnomes use, which is measured in gnomes. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not talking over people in the huddle. I thought I was muted. Am I muted in the huddle? Okay, I am. Yeah, so we've got, I was like, what the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, gnomes measure things in gnomish units, and the rest of the game world measures things in a completely different system. Darius said, hey Sean, played this morning some. Night Harbor plays awesome at about 30 people. Yeah, we've discovered some. It's not a server issue, it sounds like. Excuse me. It sounds like it's not a server issue. It's maybe something we're doing with handling packets or something. I don't want it. You know what? I'm not going to speak out of turn, but yeah, Ollie and the guys are figuring stuff out as we speak. I measure in increments of how far I can punt a gnome, or a dwarf, or a god. What race are you playing, Elron? How about adding a small race that can play a monk, stay a gnome, or a goblin? How about adding a prestige quest series that allows one of those to unlock the ability to play a monk? I would just unlock them now. No. No. Damn, that was crunchy, huh? I'd be so happy if ogres could play wizards someday. Massive ogre war wizard. I think he's got the wrong eyes. He does have the wrong eyes. We'll have to fix that. There's a skeleton with a staff. You know they're going straight at him. Yeah, the team's actually talking about the whole comma versus period bug. Thanks for finding that. I'm glad, you know, it sucks that you guys ran into it, but it's cool that we figured it out already. It's really nice to be able to find bugs like that now, a year and a half out, as opposed to after the games come out. Kane says out of character, wanted to buy claw scraps. Please send tell Kane. Paying much more than NPC vendors. That's what I like to hear. Yeah, it was so weird that it was just affecting you in that way and nobody else. So it's really cool that that we discovered a solution there, or discovered what the problem was. Which I think in this case the solution's pretty straightforward. It's just a matter of localizing it. Yeah, I was curious to see. It looks like we've only got like 40 people on the EU server. It's 8 p.m. Did you guys play earlier or something? What's going on? Are the EU folks just playing on English servers? Or I mean, American servers? The solution's easy, just get all of Germany and Sweden to fix their numbering system, right? I'm sure there would be no paperwork involved. So are you guys playtesting, or are folks just sitting here checking out the stream? It's about a 50-50 split, it looks like. Got one person on a corpse run. One person trying to find the last elementalist statue. Clicks on it. I need to do that quest this week. One person farming a Shira. Poop maker. Got too much RL crap going on this weekend to be able to hop in. That's a shame, but loves the way everything is looking. Appreciate it. Namu is down in Wormsbane making mistakes. Right on. No, I wonder if anybody's in Wormsbane here. None. Nobody. Nobody in Europe is in Wormsbane. Funnelson said had a blast in a park for a good 3 hours last night, camping in Shira outside Westgate. It was very enjoyable. Oh shit. Yeah, it's soccer. You guys, everybody's watching, probably watching soccer in a party. That makes more sense then. No, seriously, I'm glad. I'm not just saying it. Sometimes I think I say that shit and it sounds like I'm just kind of like, oh yeah, I'm glad. No, it's really cool to see you guys in and enjoying it. Yeah, keep in mind, just a few years ago, it was us kind of bullshitting around in Discord going, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we try to make a game? So this is pretty awesome. Like how Pally plays so far? Right on. What's up, Hidden Tree? How you doing? Did Archer, had a lot of fun. Butcher Rangers, since they have a ton of spells and abilities. Nice. What's going on with Diego here? Probably my favorite test so far. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. It's funny, we've already discovered a bunch of stuff this test as well. It's funny, like every test we have, we discover new shit and we're like, oh, okay, we can fix this. But it's not one of those things we can just do in the middle of the test. So excited for the next test. Soccer. So I wonder if more EU players are going to play tomorrow. Not many folks here. I might go to a different server. Fix 3 bugs, add 2 more. Life of a software developer. As long as there are 2 more new bugs, that's cool. Anything on the latency issue? I think it's packet related, and I mean, I'm speaking out of term. I'm not on the tech side, but it sounds like the tech guys have found a what they believe are a couple of issues. So they were discussing it in Slack today. Did you know the British are the reason Americans call football soccer? It's an abbreviation for association football. Really? I had no idea. What kind of feedback have you guys gotten on PvP thus far? We had some feedback posted, not a ton. So I'll have to see when we kind of wrap up if there's additional feedback, but Nick's been secretly playing a fair bit. I'm sure there'll be some thoughts there. Come to Caribbean. I feel bad abandoning our 30 comrades here. Our 39 comrades here in Europe. Found a large fake wall in Sangreet near the shared camp on the left. Don't go too far. You hope that PvP doesn't turn all the classes into mush like it did with WoW. No, I mean our priority is the PvE game and class feel, and if our PvP winds up being a little crazy and janky in spots because of that, then so be it. There's something to be said about EQ's kind of crazy ass PvP. There's some things we could probably do in terms of slightly altering effects or certain values between like PvE and PvP, or PvE and then when those like offensive abilities are used against other players, etc. But Asmodee said, hey, I started playing a test and have the same infinite loading screen bug from having some items in inventory from stress test to still here, just informing. So have you not been able to get in at all? Yeah, what? Shatarg's asking, check your language setting in Windows. What language is your Windows set up to use? Switch it to English and see if you can get in without problems. We found an issue with European languages. We haven't localized, and so that's what's been getting some folks. Yeah, you can use /bug, I believe, brings it up. Yep, /bug. How does localization usually take place? Do you hire someone from the area to translate? On past projects, we typically use like a third party. There are a lot of companies that do localization. And there's a difference between localization and culturalization. Dude, look at his minion with the dope hood. Who? Oh, wait. Level 5 Necro. Looking cool, man. Yeah, so localization, depending on the project, we would, as we're making new content, we'd basically have all of that content saved out in a way where, like, all of the strings, everything that needs to be translated, we would then send over to a company that would translate it into the various languages for us. You know, cost a bit. And then at one company, it was international enough that if we needed to do something on the fly, like something short, we could usually go up to our customer service area because we had basically we had most major languages in Europe covered. So like if we needed to just get something translated really quickly, a couple sentences or a paragraph, like an announcement or something, we take it to CS and we'd be able to get it translated into Russian, Polish, German, typically started as English, Turkish, Spanish, French. You changed the language, it did not help. Okay. But if you're playing a character that's available, I don't have you tried making a brand new character? Do you have that issue with new characters as well? You have that issue with brand new characters? It just happened on a new one. Okay, so it's not an item. It's not anything based on the fact that you played in a previous playtest. So this, I mean, this sounds like the issue that Shatarg and other folks are running into. It's item, but if you made a brand new character, there should be. I don't understand. Yeah, some items don't have icons for you. Yeah, that's the localization problem. Are you changed your Windows language settings for sure? And you've reloaded the game afterwards. You're not still, you don't have it running or anything when you did that, right? You need to log out and in from Windows for it to take effect, Shatarg says. What language are you using as? Oh, that's right. You said Polish earlier. Keith said we should have a hotfix shortly, by the way. Oh, nice. Okay, you may be able to patch and fix it then in a bit. That's awesome. Yeah, I've stopped following the programming. I didn't realize there was a fix. So you'll be a good test case for us, Az. Sorry you have to wait, but... Some items are just cursed. It's a feature. Cursed items. I wonder So Germany's got a game tonight against Denmark, I guess. I really do. I wonder how much the Fußball is keeping people out tonight. Because that used to be a thing on other games that I've worked on. Other MMOs, we would actually see our concurrent numbers change based off of, like, you know, football. Something like the Super Bowl. Is it just me or the hitbox is very small? At least for me, it's very hard to target mobs with the mouse. Really? I don't think I've ever had a problem. I say that, I click and I can't hit them, but I feel like I was a little bit away. Not saying that it's not a problem, it's just I don't have a problem, so then I start wondering, is it somehow related to, I don't know, like, what kind of weird shit could potentially impact that? Be like, resolution. Schmidrini said, Robot, my character on Crivia did some wizard things and is stuck below the map and unstuck doesn't work. Can I get GM assistance, please? Do we have anybody on Crivia? If not, I can pop over there. Somebody was saying I should probably go over there anyway. Dude, I love Kane on this server so much. This is the kind of stuff that I love seeing. Kane's been the one that's saying, here, let's go look. People of the West Gate, you keep selling the cloth strips to vendor for 1 copper. I offer 4 copper. Why don't you sell to me? I keep buying them off of a vendor for 9 copper each. Do us both a favor. Sell to me. And then Kane says, another happy customer that just earned 36 copper by selling his cloth scraps to me instead of the vendor. Oh, love it. You made so much money vendor shuffling? Yeah, whenever I'm watching a stream and somebody's like, oh, I'm trying to save up some cash and they're not playing the arbitrage game, I'm like, that's so weird. Change it to American English, yes. American English is the only English. Don't use the language of a failed empire. I should be careful. What happened to the dog shit guy from yesterday? I don't know. We'll see if he shows back up. If he shows back up, then maybe he's okay and he's redeemed himself. His name was Funky Sharky, I think. Let me scroll down here. Funky Sharky for sure. If he shows back up, we win the internet. You're correct. If he doesn't show back up, then yeah, he probably just thinks the game's dog shit. Which means he's... That's why I said I should probably stop, ass. I realized I was getting myself into trouble. Let's see. Quicksana said I love doing that. Yeah, I mean, the vendor game, I hope that with everybody running around playing the vendor game that all the items wind up in the correct places. on every server. Maybe that should unlock something. Maybe if all of the items are on the proper if all the items are on the proper vendors, then it should unlock a certain condition. Adishi's saying all of Haradrill is just dropped, but it's back up. Are you saying some merchants buy certain items for more than others? Yes. And so it's set up in a way where if you sell to one of the shifty vendors, they will buy it for a certain amount of money. They will then sell it back for less money. So they'll sell it back for more than what they paid, but they'll sell it back for less money than what the actual vendor that wants that item will buy it for. So the same amount of money goes into the system, into the economy, but you can make that extra little bit of change by moving them from the shifty vendors over to the other vendors. Do all of the mobs run faster than the player? I died a few times without me really being able to prevent it. I'm not sure if it's always going to be like that for me. The certain mobs absolutely do. Others, I think you can maintain a decent pace and they'll stay on your ass, but you can there's some tricks. You can strafe run. Jump a bit, be smarter. Not sure what was going on there. I mean, I don't think that was her pet or something. Oops. US English did not help, but I realized I can cast spells when I'm in the infinite loading screen. Yeah, see if the fix that Keith is talking about will helps you when it comes out in a little bit. Hate having to go through the book to do it again. I imagine that'll be significantly annoying at high levels. Any chance at keeping the hotbar after death and letting us click to remem them? Sorry, I'm making so much noise right now. But if they're still on your ability bar after you die, then it's kind of confusing because you're not going to have access to those spells. Yeah, we've got sandstorms, Elron. There could be ghost grayed out icon, and once I have my book, just right click or something to begin to. Yeah, I think a lot of us are just so used to the concept, One More Soul. I mean, it eats up a certain amount of time, but it's kind of meant that, right? Like there are situations where you get back to your corpse and you, okay, yeah. You get back to your corpse and you're just like, oh shit, let me mem a couple things really fast because we don't have enough time for me to mem everything. So, I mean, it has an effect on gameplay. Ron said, Sean, would you say that it would be fair to turn a small profit from creating low-level trade skill items and vendoring them? Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't be. What if I have 20 pages of spells to go through? Remember to order on the hotbar, etc. You can open your you'll be able to open your spell book to a specific page. As a caster, a lot of times my spells that I'm using more readily, I can move to the front of my spell book. So the first couple of pages are usually the stuff that I'm currently using. Right? So it's like I just come in and have it set up so when I open my book, it's good to go. We'll keep tweaking the trade skills as we go. There's a lot that we want to do with trade skills so far. Let me see if this person ever found their corpse. I'm gonna try something else. Try something out. Go to... Oh yeah, that's not gonna be fun. That's not gonna be fun. Oh, I thought I'd be able to... Sacred, if you find me, you'll find your corpse. Sorry guys, I was ignoring you. I was investigating what actually happened with Sacred's corpse. Sacred went into a very bad part of town. Got caught in a sandstorm today. Amazing. Lighting amazing. So much cool stuff going on. Kudos to the team. Thanks, Brent. Is there a druid trainer? There is. Excuse me. Hail and well met, a less shifty known person. Reminder from yesterday, we all gotta hang out in the bottoms up for that sweet leaf. Put it in Discord, make sure we don't forget. Telling Sacred, you went into a very dangerous part of town. Player counts seem higher than previous tests for sure. Yeah, especially when you look at them all together. So. Freaking Kane is still putting on the charm, trying to get the cloth scraps. Am I missing something with the monk sparring quest? The whole room jumps me if I engage. Yeah, there's something weird going on with the monk quest. We're gonna look at it after this. I need to go back through the quests I didn't work on and take a look. I haven't played those quests in their current form, I don't think. See all these guards? It's dangerous in there. Who else has got a corpse in there? Lorena. See if Lorena is on. No. Always look and consider before going into new areas. You got killed today by a feisty fishwife. Yes. I put her in there just for that purpose. When will that hotfix be out? It's 20 minutes? As it sounds like about 20 minutes. Any idea on any time frame on Deep Elf, Deep Gnome, and Deep Dwarf? Playable as we go into early access is the current plan, Crimson. Our first big update, our first module release after we go into early access will be Deep related. The hotfix is taking care of a localization issue. There's an issue with people using different languages in Windows, messing with some stuff and keeping them from being able to get in. Their characters get wonky. It's UI related, right, Keith? The all foreigners broke our game. Some cultures use commas instead of decimals in their floating point system, so it defaults to that when it parses your icon appearance. That's what I said. The all foreigners broke our game. Any plans for mob increases in all the open areas? Tons near gates. Less so as we move out. We'll take a look at it. I mean, the newbie areas are pretty stacked just because we assumed there'd be a ton of people in the newbie areas. But yeah, Octowisp, if it feels too sparse overall, then we'll adjust over time. Interesting frame rate hit right there. Threatening figure sure has a lot of hit points, tanked a few guards at once. I'm not even familiar with that NPC, to be honest. Buckmar Gorstag is your favorite NPC name? Pretty sure that's one of Hamad's NPCs. Ol' Hammy Ham. Is that you in chat, Keith, in Slack, talking? Your examples are near Shifty Merchant and Other Side Ruins, random roamers, but not. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, you're not talking about the other zones. You're not talking about like in Shaded Dunes or whatever. Crossover in the Shaded Dunes. There's a bunch roaming. They're just kind of like in a big parade back and forth. May tweak that a little bit over time, but oh, there's germs. What's up, big guy? I don't think we don't have a slash hug yet. No, we don't have a slash hug. Can't give you a hug. Nice armor. Got backpack. Got some green armor. Fancy, man. Alright. I'm gonna go back to work. You go back to work. You can't find the druid trainer. Only spell vendor. Really? Let me go look. Oh shit, the sun's coming up. We have a slash taste. We don't have a slash lick. Is time same across all servers? In theory, it should be. Man, I love me some Aussie lemonade. Good job, Monster. Just tons of sugar and lemony flavor. B-Board Gaming playtest is going good. We currently have 110 people on Rel, 102 people on Crivia. Triminax has got 130. Thorfall's got 33. Haradrel, the PvP server's got 33. Eltindra, 65. And the EU server, the Mathbar, has got 39. Wonder how the PvP server is playing out. According to some of our people that have been playing on it, it gets a little wild. So we got the spell merchant. Okay. I'm gonna check all these NPCs, because I honestly don't know. Merchant. Spell merchant. Only issue I've had PvP is perceived multi-boxers. Yeah, some people got accused of multi-boxing yesterday, but we know for a fact that they are actually a group of people. They play together pretty regularly. Any plans for tracking classes? Yeah. I mean, we plan to have them. Like definite plans on how tracking is going to work, we can't say yet. Also a merchant. There's got to be a druid abilities trainer. Is there not? I'll have to look in the database in a second. Our rangers and beast lords, beast masters. I'll have you beastmaster, like the movie. Yeah, rangers are gonna track. Beastmasters, I don't know if they track. Oh my god. Hey, what's up, Jasmine? Huh? What? Came out of nowhere. Alright. We got a whole bunch of spell merchants. And let me... I want to check the database and make sure I'm not lying to you. Sorry, lords, masters. If you get if you want to watch some M&M, but you get bored here, definitely check out Tangent is streaming right now. Speaking of voices, he does wonderful voices. I will not feel bad. I will not be sad if folks go over there and check him out. If you go over and check him out, be sure to tell him I said hi. But yeah, he's been streaming the last couple days and it's awesome. I remember, I swear I watched him one night when he was streaming EQ years ago, and I think he was pulling Sir Lucan. Like him and a few folks. What's up, Dragon? He's in Freeport, pulling Lucan. Okay, so Drew. Let's find a Druid trainer. So we got Night Harbor Druid reagent. Spells. Trainees. A trainer, okay, Colada. Colada should be a trainer. Dragon, I was talking about Tangent. He's streaming M&M right now. Window is blank. Okay. Then in that case, I don't know what that means, to be honest. I guess it means there are no skills available to you from her. I don't think there's like a... Skill trainer. Ah, okay. Druid. The druids have one... skill setup. What's the highest level reach so far? I honestly don't know. That's a good question, though. I'm looking at what skills they have set up. What is RRL? Okay, reroll attribute point. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're set up to have any skills for you. Wushanam said, "Hey man, first time playing this weekend, made it to level 4, loving the game so far. Hope to see it get to completion." Hey, thank you. And John says, "I don't think druids get any to train right now. Everything is naturally granted." There you go. What's up, Ollie? Looks like some folks are putting together or trying to put together a beast lord. Beast lord. I read shit, it sticks in my brain. I read new shit, the old stuff's still in my brain. Looks like Bjorn is trying to put together a Wormsbane group on the Matsbar, the EU server. Grix, it wasn't a waste of my time. I learned something new. You don't have to apologize for helping me learn something new. I should probably move her. She's kind of standing in some props now. Whose pets are planned to be stronger, Beast Lord or Elementalist? I think they plan on being different. I don't know if you would say stronger. I think they're going to be different. We have a bunch of NPCs with their eyes are doing a weird default thing. We'll have to fix those. I think that's the first dash I've seen in a name. I've avoided it. What do you think about that name, Ollie? But now that I see it, I don't know that it's bad. What do you think about names that look like this, Ollie? Wonder if Ollie's still out there. Old fashioned? Ollie said old fashioned. My dad has a dash in his last name. We use the accent mark as well. But in our game, what do you think, Ollie? I kind of dig it. I haven't used it. Like I've been kind of avoiding it. I was worried that it'd be a little too real world feeling, but I like it now that I see it. Nick won't like it because it's using a dash. Nick, I type with dashes so much, and Nick hates it. He says it's not. He says my dashes don't bother him, but deep down inside, I know it's true. Cause I constantly do that shit. I had a boss once that was like, you got to stop writing like that. I'm like, sorry, you're gonna have to fire me. I'm not getting rid of my dashes. I see that you're level 60. Is there content all the way up to this level already? I'm fairly certain you should have stuff to kill to at least 55, but based on just kind of what I know is in already. I wonder, have people explored the other, like, out there zones and seen changes that we've made to them since then? Any raid bosses in yet? Not that we could take them. Like high level? No. But there's some things that would basically treat you like it's a raid boss. There's some things out there already that will definitely spank you for a while. Visited Deep Dunes for the first time, loved it, spent a few hours there soloing. Oh man, just wait. Deep Dunes right now is so placeholder. Deep Dunes is, I made it in like 2 days, and then Pattis came in and threw the mushrooms in there. Do you want to hear a secret about the current Deep Dunes? If you promise not to tell anybody, I'll tell you. Okay. So the thing about Deep Dunes in its current form, Deep Dunes is literally shaded dunes. And then I duplicated the entire zone and flipped it upside down and made it the ceiling. And then glued them together with some pillars, like pulled some pillars and then did a little bit of changes on the floor. The river that goes through there it's literally the road that goes from Night Harbor to Fallen Pass currently. I just put some water in there. Yeah. So that's Deep Dunes. We have plans for a really cool Deep Dunes. It'll have a different name as well, but that's on our list to do, I think, later this year. What was the name of the zone that has like a big mountain bowl and a tower in the middle? That is probably Glass Flats. If you go north far enough, you'll see it. Yeah, so I dig it. I don't know who put this in. I got the feeling maybe it was Ivan. But I really like the NPC. I like that we're cool with the name. We'll see more of these pop up then. If we like the Als. Though in theory, isn't it right, Ollie, that this means that he's from this location? Then asked, is Night Harbor work in progress long term, or will we see its final form by the end of the year? Sorry for a weird question. Its first creation? Oh, interesting. Well, it's got a dash in it. It makes sense. Let's see. Hotfix is pushed. Patcher has it for those of you having the weird issues with your UI / character or whatever. If you're having the foreigner issues, go check that out. Is that one ramp line with torches going to lead into a deep race city eventually? Oh, I'm not sure what you're referring to. So Dvin, Night Harbor is going to be mostly done this year if we stick to the schedule. But it's going to be a city that we're changing a little bit over time. Right, as new races come online, you'll probably see new merchants appear. Our whole game world will be changed and tweaked over time. Oh shit, Fanstorm. When are High Elves coming out? No ETA on them at the moment. In Deep Dunes, you found a ramp covered in tortures that's filled with rocks. Is it supposed to go somewhere eventually? That's the current Deep Dunes is just super placeholder. Trust me, the ideas that we've been kicking around for Deep Dunes, you won't recognize it. It'll be a completely different zone. No, we're not changing the Deep Dunes music, just the zone. Will your Deep Dwarf take damage in the sunlight? Nah, you shouldn't. You're made of stone. You're not a vampire. Seriously, kudos to Robert because the music here is incredible. Yeah, for sure. You're made of stone, Pudding. Are you saying you're fireproof? Absolutely. Max fire resist. You heard it here first. Will rogues have more access to magical items or the same as other classes? Always liked rogue archetype that had trick items. We're big fans of clickies. We're big fans of items with activatable spells and abilities. Namu said, I just had some wonky bug where I was at 0 hit points but invulnerable. Fled Wormsbane and I left a naked corpse outside. But now all my items are missing. Any suggestions? Ali says, yes, ping Ali. You need to track down Ali, Namu. Anywhere to farm beetles? Yes. Newbie Yards and right across the zone line from Newbie Yards are good places to start. Like, here's a person doing it. Hey, Fielder. It's my buddy Sacred. Oh no. Don't die, Sacred. Did you see Playable World's announcement for their game? Any thoughts on it? I'll be honest, it got posted in our Slack. I haven't had a chance to read through it in detail. It seems like Star Wars Galaxies without Star Wars, which makes sense. I think Star Wars Galaxies should have not been Star Wars in the first place. Huh. Where's the gnome? How do you talk in general? /OOC will put you in out of character OOC, which is like the general chat for a zone, but there's no global, like across the entire game chat. I can cast. I can cast. Thank you for the follow. What in the world? Why does... Ollie, did you see this? Shifty is shifting out of sight. D-Love Pudding says, I have a hot take. What is your expectation? 5+ years of development and 50 million in funding? Is it a collection of video clips that are jank and no actual gameplay? I have not seen any of the info about the game firsthand. I've seen the article, I haven't read it. So I can't make an assessment. I would say that if they did get 50 million in funding, that's a fair amount of cash. I know what we could do with $3 million in 5 years. Or 5 million in 5 years. But every team's different, right? Ollie said, I think it's time we restarted the servers anyway. Seems we're going to need to do it every 12 hours. Hey, no harm in that, right? Before it gets too much busier. Yeah, but a passion project is different from a business venture. Oh, don't get us wrong, Elron. This is a business venture. But we're building our business with our... We're basically... We're building the business the way businesses used to be built before there was so much free money around. We're doing it passion first, and then we're hoping that over time, our passion leads to revenue, which then over time allows us to switch it from a passion project to just a business. And then over time reveals profit because we didn't borrow millions of dollars from somebody that wants that money back times however much they want that back, right? Like everybody, there's that idea of remember, you know, you can find the images of like the various garages that different software companies started in, right? Like this is the garage that Google started in. This is the garage that Apple started in. And it's kind of turned into, it feels like there's this expectation these days that before we get in the garage, we need you, an investor, to give us, you know, 3 million in seed money, 5 million in seed money, 500,000 in seed money, I guess, right? And then we can start work. I've talked to people in the industry that have literally told me after joining a startup that had like millions in funding, like, hey, this startup's got 8 million in funding. Oh, cool. What are you making? We're not sure yet. We're not sure yet. But we've got a team of veterans that I guess are really good at making pitch decks. Yeah, 4 million to figure out what to make. And I mean, it is what it is. I'm not, again, I can't throw too much shade at any sort of approach, or definitely not at any team or whatever, because we're a bunch of dudes working on a game in our spare time that is a very specific game that's not going to appeal to everybody, that may or may not pan out. And I don't say that in a way where, you know, I think people think if you tell the truth on that front, it's like you're being overly negative or something. Like, Sacred, what did you just do? Any shortcut to show info about an item? I want to buy something. I have no idea what. Poor. He was asking me a question. I didn't pay attention, and I think I helped. Oh man. Okay. Hold on one second. I'm gonna. Let's see. Puddin says it's just the VC model of game development. Spend 100 million developing a game, 100 million in marketing on top of it, and hope you sell 8 million copies to break even. Not shade, just bad business. Hell of a gamble. Hotfix, Shatarg. The hotfix is to fix your language bug, according to Keith and Ollie. There you go, buddy. Oh, okay, for ass. Sorry, my in-game character is Azaleel. Been that way for like 20-some years, so I immediately just thought everything was about me. How does one link an item in chat again? Got chat open, just click on the item icon. Once you've got the description open, right, click on the image, and then it'll do this. So anyways, back to my inane rambling about business. So Yeah, it's weird. Like I was watching every once in a while. I'll pop into LinkedIn to just kind of see, who's checking certain things out or whatever. And everybody's really bummed about all the layoffs that have happened in the last, like, whatever, 10 months or so, 8 months. And it sucks, right? Like 20,000 people in the industry, I think, have been laid off in the last, since November or something. But it was weird because there's this company that I guess was no longer owned or went independent from a publisher by getting investment from investors. And there's a bunch of the people on LinkedIn that are very like, they're the first ones to talk about like, oh man, the CEOs that are getting paid too much are the reason why the games industry's, going down the shitter or whatever, or we're having all these layoffs and whatever. I know there's some points to aspects of that or whatever, but it's weird because the same people that are like, yeah, standing up for the working class game developers here, they were the first ones to go in and be like, yay, now that this investing, like this company, these investors have invested in this game studio, they're independent now. Now they're independent and they're going to do some, they got their freedom. They can do it right. They're not being oppressed by the evil, like, they're not, how are you independent? If somebody gives you a ton of cash, you're not independent. People always cry about C-suite pay, have no clue about business. D Loves Pudding said, these are really some blanket statements here. Yeah, I think we're all using some blanket statements, but it's an easy way to convey certain things. But that I do see that one quite a bit. So I will see comments about people. I'll see more comments from people about the C-suite making too much money is the reason why X, Y, and Z happened. I'll see more comments about that than I will like people kind of going, hey, maybe one of the reasons why the team isn't as effective as it could be is half the team is on LinkedIn bitching about capitalism all day instead of making a game. Right? Like, it's weird to me. Another thing that kind of throws me is, like, I'll check in every once in a while and like, all right, what's going on? My notifications build up. I'll check in and because I'm also always curious about like what people in the industry may be seeing the game or pinging something, and it's interesting because it's like the same. I'll scroll real quick and look, and it'll be a lot of the same, just like folks treating LinkedIn like Facebook, and I'm just like, how do you have so much time to like be writing up these epic, it's this crazy ass 5,000 word comments and analysis and big thoughts about the industry and shit. And I'm like, sometimes it'll be people that it's, they're on their second or third startup since we started working on this. And I'm just kind of like, guys, you're in a leadership position at a startup. Maybe spend less time on LinkedIn and more time like just making sure shit is getting done. And like, if you're in a role that's a leadership role, that's where you're not hands-on and you're in a startup, that's another problem. Like, there's a never-ending amount of work to do, and just because you're, I guess, an executive in a startup, which is also another weird concept. Like, fucking, I hope you're getting your hands dirty. CEO of my company told us I'll have all your babies wearing gold-plated diapers. One of the investors at my previous company took me aside after a like board meeting dinner, and we were drinking, and he was just like, "Yeah, stick around. It's gonna be so good for you," or whatever. ultimately, I've got the ability to like purchase 0.3% equity in the company, which seemed like maybe not the best justification for spending many years of my life trying to get that company either to a much higher valuation or sold. Yeah, venture capital. I mean, it's a weird one for me. I just, you know, I know that it's allowed other products to really be like come to fruition. But it just feels a little icky. Like, venture capital is capitalism. Oh yeah, but you can like capitalism and not like certain aspects of capitalism. Like, I'm a capitalist, but I'm not necessarily a huge fan of some of the institutions that basically all they do is, you know, make a percentage off those investments. But I also understand that those investments are necessary and it helps other shit get made. I just not a huge fan of it, but I like them better than I like people that work at the companies that are making things and actually don't do work and just sit around and bitch on social media all day. I think the industry is a little bit, you know, sometimes one of the sad parts of, and this I guess will be a controversial take. One of the sad parts of, you know, seeing folks get laid off. It's like, yeah, that's a lot of stress and a lot of uncertainty. I've been laid off before, but it was a decent situation. Like, I already had another job that I'd interviewed for lined up before I got laid off. I got severance. It sucks. It sucks to see people laid off, but I also think there's a reality that in certain situations, there are people in the industry that maybe should try doing something else. And I think sometimes there's, you know, you look at a company and the reality is sometimes there's just too many people. They're not providing the value to the company that they should, and then layoffs roll around, and sometimes really good people get caught up in layoffs. I mean, like I said, I've been laid off and I am exquisite. I am masterful at everything I do. I am always worth 10 times more than what you're paying me. Honest. But I think sometimes people, you know, it's like, oh no, Twitter got rid of 70% of its staff. It will be dead in a week. That was such a bad move. Still functioning. I mean, I've been on teams where we've laid off half the team. And that was within my first year of being on the team, and a couple years later the team is as productive as ever. Twitter is a very contentious example to use. I know. I'm not trying to. We'll switch topics in a minute so that you guys don't devour each other. Dude, this sandstorm's getting pretty dusty. All right, new topic. What's a new topic? How, can you tell me how to fish if I have my fishing pole equipped? You should, once you've got it equipped, then if you've got the fishing ability, if you've found a fishing trainer, or if you came into game with it, then you need grubs, and then you should have an ability in your book under skills, if I'm not mistaken. Are you self-publishing only, or will you attempt to publish through others as well? Self-publishing until we find some reason for us to have to publish via a publisher or platform or whatever, but we don't foresee a reason for that. We feel like if we can hit a critical mass of people that enjoy the game, then we should be good to go, and we'll continue to we'll be able to reach more and more folks that aren't aware of it. Publishing industry, those folks actually value added. Yeah, publishing helps certain teams. But right or wrong, we feel like our game is niche enough that if we spend years building up a core audience, right now I think we've got like 11,000 registered accounts once you get rid of bots. We've got 8,300 people in our Discord. We've got about 6,500 people on our mailing list. We've got to figure out sort of what that Venn diagram looks like what the overlap is, because it could be that there's not 100% overlap between like our mailing list and our Discord, which means that if that's the case, then that gives us kind of an idea of, is there a way to make throwing weapons for a monk? I thought monks had throwing weapons and a throw skill. Be sure to hit B, go to your skills, urinates. That sounds funny. On your monk, it should be an innate though. I assume that you've got to get the ability scroll and memorize it. Or like scribe it in. You need a throwing weapon. Yeah, you can get throwing knives probably down here in the garrison. Man, the weather's bad. What do deep dwarves eat if they are made of rock? Fruity pebbles. Pop rocks. They eat gravel. Lava cake. There we go. Nice one, Matrix Hunter. I always feel bad because I'll go on these asinine like rambles about the industry. I'm not a very effective communicator in this format. I'm much better at writing shit down and then editing it and making it a little more coherent. I'm a pretty incoherent individual. I don't know why I'm sir, this is Wendy's. Why I'm streaming, to be honest with you. I once gave a presentation to Microsoft, and at the end of it, they asked, one of the smartasses asked if we had anything more lucid to present. Yeah, he was a jerk, but, you know, that's what happens when you hold all the cards. Did you show him the back of your hand? I wanted to, but I was behaving. We like your style and personality. You're perfect for this, man. Thank you. All you have to do is tell me I'm perfect all day long, and I will be happy. Look, there's Az. Az made it into game. Az is functioning. Thank you, Ollie and Keith. Though maybe it was just Keith, but then Ollie got it up there. BUEBS, all we be what? Ollie got it up exactly. You don't think it be what it be, but it do. Hey Nick. I don't know if Nick can hear me. There's Tangent. Holy shit. Sorry I bounced out like right as you raided me yesterday. I felt so bad. I was still in the chat here like, oh no, bad timing. Bad timing. Yeah, sorry I bailed on you earlier, but I was like, I needed to hop in and make sure people were okay. I'm doing like customer service streaming. So thank you for the raid. Thank you for introducing us to all these wonderful people. Yeah, I wasn't sure because when you came, it was like midnight my time. I'm streaming from Germany, and so I'm an American, but I'm in Germany, so I'm like 6 hours ahead of the East Coast. Our wonderful Ali is in Bahrain, and so he is, I think, only 1 hour ahead right now, but 2 hours is that happens sometimes as well. So I was ready to crash out, and since nothing crazy was happening, I was like, all right, it's good to go to bed. We're resetting all of the servers in, it said 10 minutes, but I think that was like 3 minutes ago. Ali could probably tell us specifically when it's going to bounce, but all the servers are going to bounce in a second, and that should clear up the lag. 5 minutes now. Nice. We found, it looks like we found a memory leak, and there's some other stuff that we've been able to discover during this playtest to go on top of the other improvements that we already knew about coming into the playtest, but it was too risky to try to make them beforehand. So this time around, we really tried to be as disciplined as possible and not like push big fixes and changes and stuff right up into the playtest. And so it's like, it's better to have a imperfect but stable build where we know what stuff is broken than it is to like try to fix everything all the way up until the last minute, break other stuff, and then playtest is unpredictable. But there's definitely some stuff as soon as we get done with this weekend that we're going to be integrating and trying out and seeing if we can improve stuff even more in terms of the bit of like positional desync or rubber banding that you're seeing, etc. We have any more tests this year? I've got the feeling we will. Fat Bearded Texan. Tsunami-san. Of course, Tangent. Giles, Deathstalker. Thank you for the follows. It's very nice of you. Didn't realize you were a dev of the game. Yes. I mean, I'm a developer in the grand sense. Like, we're all developing the game. I tend to work more on the production and design side. The three of us that started this, Nick, who you just saw there, Nick Hotz, Ali and I, we kicked this off a few years ago as kind of like we were having a lot of discussions on the stream about like if we could make a game, because we were playing on P99. We started on Aerodune, and then we played there for a while, and then popped over to P99 because I'd never played it. I worked on EQ for a few years back in the day, and so people kept coming in when we were doing like EQ streams. because I did some interviews and stuff with people. If you haven't seen them, I've got a series of interviews with EverQuest developers, like designers, programmers, artists. I think this is the link. And so we got like 15, 20 interviews there. And so we were having those interviews, and more we in chat while playing EQ, and then P99, because people are like, have you played P99? I was like, no, I don't know anything about it. Like we started talking about what we liked about old EQ. I was on the team when we were doing a lot of quality of life improvements, and really we were given the directive from, you know, the company, basically, like, how do we continue to grow EQ? And this is before World of Warcraft came out. And so we were trying a lot of weird shit. You know, we got instancing in, we were dealing with like generational stratification of the player base with all the expansions. So we did things like the controversial, like Plane of Knowledge, you know, to sort of get people congregating again and all that stuff. Like graveyards in so that we could make raids harder and not have to worry about whether or not you could do a corpse recovery, because the corpse would just get out of the way and somebody else could come in and try to raid. So there's a lot of shit that we were doing. Oh, by the way, for Tangents people, sorry, this is I have a tendency to curse. I know that his stream is it was marked safe for work. So if you're working on a Saturday and you got this blasting on your boombox, watch out, because I say shit and stuff. Yeah, earmuffs. Kaithos Meltdown. Waratsumi, thank you for the follows. But yeah, so we were really we started talking about like Schmeverquest. Like, what would we keep? Where do we think we kind of veered off the path if we continued down the path? And I think Tangent said it really well. And my wife and I, we were watching the stream before I started streaming over dinner, and I could have sworn he said something along the lines of, it's like the game's like EverQuest if it continued down the EverQuest direction, or the same direction, which I think is kind of referring to that period where we started doing the stuff that eventually you saw a lot more of that be incorporated into WoW and modern MMOs. Yeah, like if WoW never came out, right? And so, but the thing was, like, EQ was doing WoW stuff before WoW came out because we didn't know any better, right? So I was on the team. We didn't have like the hindsight we have now, and so we were doing things because we were trying to figure out like how to make the game easier to play for 30 minutes. And, you know, like Xbox Live was blowing up and we knew things were competing for mindshare. And so it's like, well, how do we get people in and out in 30 minutes or an hour? All right, so like the Eldon instances were really set up with that in mind. And, you know, because people can look for a group for an hour, right? And so there's a lot of that stuff that we were trying out back then that you then saw in WoW. I think, like, to me, WoW was the perfect spiritual successor of EQ as EQ was evolving at the time. But we really did believe that, you know, when we like when Nick, Ali, and I were talking, and we were talking in chat, you know, about this stuff, we really believe that there's another path that could have stayed more true to like EQ's mud roots and like the more hardcore RPG sort of feel and all of that stuff, and just remained like, I don't know, in EQ terms, like based. So yeah, it just seemed like something that would be fun to explore. And at the time, like I said, I was doing the EQ, I was doing the like EQ related streams, like the interviews and stuff anyways. And so really the idea was like, let's start developing a game and we'll develop it on stream so that we're always talking with the folks, because we had already started that conversation with our stream, right? Like we were already having this conversation. And the thought was like, if nothing else, at least we can provide some insight into game development. But yeah, it's been really great for getting a lot of like feedback and doing a lot of fast iteration. And basically we have a 20. At the time it was like there'd be 20 or 30 or 50 people in the stream, and that's a lot of interesting design input and shit. And so we decided we were going to make everything from scratch. That's why everything was like little capsule critters and stuff like that. The game, has been through a lot of iterations. Initially, Ollie was doing all the tech. Nick was doing a ton of design. I was doing some design and a lot of the art, placeholder art. And then after the first year, like if you go to our website, we've got a breakdown. It kind of shows the team evolution. If you go to early access, I think here, one of the links at the bottom of the page will take you through like our development history, when people got on the team, so you can see how the team scaled up, how much we've spent. Spoiler alert, at the time that we posted the info, we'd only spent like 75,000 or so over the last like 3.5 years of development, just because everybody's volunteering their time. Keith said it's actually crazy how much code Ollie's put into the game. Dude's the real robot. He is a freaking machine. Why did you guys not go with Unreal? We went with, is that Zeraki Kenpachi? I try to say everybody's name. I like learning names, but sometimes I need phonetic help. So Zeraki Kenpachi. Why did you guys not go with Unreal? Ollie was more comfortable getting us up and running in Unity, and that was it. We wanted to get up and running as soon as possible. Within the first like week of Nick, Ollie, and I talking in DMs in Discord, we had our first playable build, and we were running around just, yeah. Ollie loves Godot, but it's been easier for us to get up and running in Unity using C#. And I mean, Ollie's got a shitload of experience with like various emulators, MMO emulators. So he's got many, many years. I think like 10 years of experience with various MMO emulators. And so, we sat down, we knew what we wanted to make. And so it's been really fast for us. We don't spend a lot of time in meetings. We don't spend a lot of time like writing big documents and stuff. Will Unity Network be able to handle a lot of players? The only thing scaring you? I believe everything on the network and server side is very much stuff that we've put to, like, basically we've written ourselves, or we've written ourselves, seen how that compares to whatever Unity's doing, and then cherry picked what's needed. But I don't know if Ollie's still out there. He may have popped into something in Discord. I mean, Slack. Let me check and make sure nothing crazy is going on. Okay, nothing crazy. Oh, Ollie's listening. Yeah, so Ollie said, Zeraki, we don't use Unity's netcode. There you go. I missed some stuff you guys said earlier. Sorry about that. Let me scroll up. Can we talk about being able to light torches from inventory? You can drag it from your inventory onto your hotbar. Sneaky Russian. Oh, I saw you when we were eating dinner. I saw you in Tangent stream answering questions and stuff. Thanks for that. Really good answers. Kythos. Okay, cool. I think I got that covered. Yeah, it was really cool. It was really cool to see Tangent was playing last night. I didn't have a chance. I was streaming, so I didn't have a chance to see any of it. But I heard he read like website stuff in his wonderful voice. And then I was looking for a VOD today, but I didn't see a VOD. Am I looking in the wrong spot? Is there a VOD to Tangent stream from yesterday? I'll totally watch that over coffee in the morning. But yeah. Yeah, he was playing today. I saw that, so I popped in. I've popped into his EQ streams in the past. I was saying, like, I remember the one I remember popping into for sure was, I think they were, I could have sworn it was him pulling like Lucan in Freeport. That was years ago. He always has VODs if he remembers to publish them. Dude, I know that feeling. I'm always so behind on my shit because it doesn't automatically get over. That's when he did his epic at like level 11. Yeah, I think, yeah, that makes sense. Tritopus, thank you for the follow. Solemn Hollow, thank you for the follow. But yeah. So I mean, that's a bit of the history of it for those of you that are new to the project. If you're super new to the project, here's our Discord. We're excited to say that we just hit 8,300 people in our Discord yesterday, so that's nice. Yeah, and I mentioned these numbers just because I think sometimes people are like, is there any interest? This is a very niche game, or this is kind of hardcore, or like, oh shit, I lost my corpse at level 1. What? WTF? Who's gonna play this game? We're happy to say that we've seen our community continue to grow, even after the playtest, even after people getting frustrated about shit, people not being able to find vendors, people getting smashed in the newbie zone, all that stuff. But our community continues to grow. So we've got, I could have sworn yesterday we said once you remove the bots, we got like 11,000 registered accounts. Now, we know that some people have multiple accounts registered, but, you know, that plus our Discord, plus I think we're at like 6,500 on our mailing list, all that stuff. So to us, it feels like, for us still being very much in development, and we've got like a year and a half until we hit early access, and then we've still got a couple years that we know of the game world we want to build, and so we got a big roadmap, and we're just going to keep chopping away at it. But it's nice to see that we've already got a really sizable, like really positive, like rarely any bullshit community, right? Like people tend to be really nice in the streams. Discord tends to be pretty chill. So yeah, it's been cool, man. It's beat our expectations already. So Giles Deathstalker says, I think there's a desire with a slower pace game with an older feel. We think so too. I mean, again, we were playing, you know, we were just playing on like P99 a lot more after playing on Eridoon, TLP, and we're just like, man, this is it's a different form of game. It's a different gameplay. We love camping. We love like just chilling and grinding, and I mean, look at people gathering around the campfires and shit, and it's just let's see. Friction makes game experiences a lot of time. Yeah, there's a lot of that, Fathom. There's a lot of those little, we talk about it even on kind of like the second to second level, you know, just little interactions that we think have an impact subconsciously on the experience. So a lot of times people will be like, oh, you're just making it just like this other thing. Anything that we're including from EQ, WoW, UO, sometimes, I mean, we've had more and more people show up that are from like EQOA or Final Fantasy 11, and we cherry pick some of those ideas as well. Everything that we've decided to keep in the game or push further or whatever, it's very intentional. Like it's not just a, hey, just do it like that. I mean, there'll be times where we look at something and we're like, absolutely, let's not reinvent this wheel, or let's not screw with it too much for now, and we'll come back to it. But yeah, it's very, we know the feel that we're trying to make, and we know the impact, like little things where people are like, oh, but it's bad quality of life. It's like, yes, but this is the this is the thorn in your ass that actually needs to be there for you to know that you're sitting in a thorn bush, right? Like that you're outdoors, man. So Sneaky Russian said the only critical thing I've come into so far is this. The one thing I wouldn't have taken from EQ is lack of map. So we've talked about the idea of there being a no GPS, like no, basically just a image map. You know, like if you played Embers Adrift, right? Like you just see a map, that kind of thing. We've said we might do something like that, but we're also we're not wiki adverse, and people are like, well, that's bad game design if someone's got to look on their other monitor, right? And I get it, but you know what? There's a community that builds around it. We saw when I was eating dinner, yeah, we may have cartography, right? Like we've got a trade skill in that we've got some stuff, so we may do some stuff like that, but it's not going to be like, here, I'm a blip on the map. Oh, here's my group mates. But when we were watching Tangent play earlier, you know, my wife and I, we noticed that he was looking at the wiki. And my wife was like, you guys have a wiki already? Like I was like, yeah, Rev Chumley made this badass wiki and it's got the spells and shit on it. And so it's like, that's a community. I think having those websites and having wikis and stuff, it's kind of cool. And trust me, there's so much obscure stuff that's going into the game that have fun finding it all. You know, like, and things will change. It's just, we're not worried about the game being data mined or anything like that. Acid Fear said, Robot, awesome info, by the way. I've popped in and out of the stream over the past 12 months, but hearing some of this backstory and passion and goals, wish you guys all the best with M&M's. Hey, thank you for that. Monda says, the renewed popularity of D&D also speaks to people wanting to find social experiences. Yeah, and you know, when we started, it was 2020, and you know, we're reading like, there are 40 million people playing Dungeons and Dragons. So more people are playing pen and paper, tabletop RPGs than ever before. And that's just D&D. That's not counting like Pathfinder or any of the OSR stuff or any of that stuff, right? And so Jay Whittlefitty, thank you for the follow. So that was one of the things we're looking at. It's like, let's build a core audience around the people that played, you know, EQ and Classic WoW and all that stuff. Like, let's build our core audience there. And we weren't really thinking about EQOA that much in Final Fantasy XI, and more of those lunatics have made it into our community, and that's pretty badass. And so, like, basically, we build our core around the people that have played a game like this and are looking for something like that, right? Like Vanguard, you know, and I think that's still in era, right? We definitely have like some serious Vanguard lovers on the team. Like I think Zukin even helps out with the emulator, but is a big fan of it, right? And so we know that could be a core audience. And then we know that there are young people showing up to like P99 and stuff where they're just looking for something that feels different, right? So the journal is here. J button. It's a record of interactions. There you go. But it's not a quest tracker. So we know that there's inevitably, like the story I tell, maybe it's a bad analogy, but like growing up, I always wanted to find music that people weren't listening to, you know? So it's like, oh shit, you know, I was a big fan of Discord Records, right? Like Minor Threat and Fugazi and Jawbox and any number of like punk bands that were there, or like obscure hip hop bands, right? And so I liked obscure music because I was a young guy and I wanted to find interesting new shit that not everybody was into. So we feel like if we maintain a very unique identity and we're a hard game, some people will try it out. We don't think it'll be like millions of people, but we know that there's, you know, if you look at like Roblox, Minecraft, and believe it or not, you know, Fortnite and places like that where more people are kind of just learning about being online in different types of, you know, I guess they're more platforms, but worlds like this, right? Like more and more people are doing the same thing we did. When I got into EQ, I was playing a shitload out of Quake. I was playing a shitload of Quake, and I was like, I asked somebody in a Quake ladder match when I was playing on Heat.net. I was like, "Are there any RPGs like this where we can just like be in a 3D world together?" And the guy was like, "Yeah, a game called EverQuest just came out." And I went to the store that night and bought EverQuest, and that changed my life. Like that, playing EverQuest that night, I realized I was going to join Variant. And a year later, I was in California working for Variant before it became SOE, right? Like, and it was just because I wanted to play an RPG with other people. And I think the kids that are coming out of like some of these other online platforms, they age out of Roblox or they get tired of some of these other games. They're going to look around. I think the vast 99.9% of them are going to go play other RPGs or MMOs. But some of them are going to check us out, and we want to make sure we have a very unique identity for those guys. Some of the people that are looking for, an online experience after playing tabletop, they'll find out about us. And then we've got our core audience that we've been, talking to and, basically just jamming with for the last 4 years. And so that's kind of what we're about. And we feel like with those folks, even if we screw it up, if we get into early access and it's like, oh, a bunch of people check it out, and then it just kind of does the long tail thing, right? Like it dips down again. Well, cool. Then we got shit to fix, right? And we'll keep working on it. For as long as the team is patient and continues to work, and as long as, the community is kind of willing to come back after a while and check out what we've changed, we can keep working on, just making the game that we feel is going to connect with the enough folks. If we come out of the gate in 2026 Q1 and we go into early access and we've got a nice steady growth and we've got a nice size subscriber base, like right now, if every one of our registered accounts subscribed and stuck around for a few months, stuck around for that first year, then we could get to the point where the people that are working with the people on our team that are freelancers anyways, right? They can then stop working on other projects and they can dedicate all their time to us and stop eating beans and buy real food. You know who you are. Like they'll have cash and be able to just focus on the game. And that's, we're a 30-person team almost. There's some people that on our team that will never join the team just because they've got really, really good day jobs. Baloo. And they're homies. They're always going to be a part of the team, right? And so our goal is to get the folks that can, basically make this a full-time gig. First the freelancers, and then over time, as we've got stability and we've got the ability to pay severance if it doesn't work out longer term or whatever, then we'll pick up some of the people that have day jobs and want to switch over. But yeah, I mean, it's a passion project. And if you check out the information that's at the bottom of the FAQ, if you check out like our history and all of that stuff, you'll see kind of, we've got people that have been working on this for years now. And Shiden said the only thing I haven't liked so far is how hard it is at first to find merchants by yourself with such limited inventory space. Yeah, we know it's that's a sticking point for some folks, but fortunately, as people kind of learn it, it seems like more and more folks have been converted to thinking it's a interesting idea. There's stuff that we want to do later that's kind of dependent on us maintaining control on who will purchase what and how goods move within the economy. So as player-run shops are coming online, as pack animals and stuff like that are coming online, then you'll see even more vibrant kind of like player economy. And yeah, so I mean, the once you figure out like where the shifty gnome is over there or the shifty halfling is right inside there, a lot of people use buying from them and then taking them to the right merchants to make enough money to basically get all their spells and shit for all their equipment they need for the first levels, right? So now imagine that operating at like a scale where you're then buying stuff from other players who've got better stuff than you can find in the merchants. Once crafting is fully fleshed out and balanced a bit better, then you're going to want that extra cash to be able to buy stuff from the players that are making stuff. And yeah, so like that arbitrage game will wind up being something where you'll see a lot of people basically keeping those shady vendors cleaned out, and all the proper goods will be on the proper people, right? And then more and more you'll see that be something where, you know, there'll be a guy with a pack animal 2 zones away so that they can just grab your shit directly from you. We had a guy on this server, on the Euro server, buying cloth scraps. Like, it's been awesome to see him. Kane has been like basically shouting in OOC, like, sell me your scraps, I'll give you a better deal. Right? And so it's that, those little things, they add up to be a very different vibe. Zaraki, Canik 13, a Sexception. Thank you for the follows. Are you guys worried about team culture changing once money is introduced? It's possible, but you got to know this team. This team is, if you've ever seen the A team is only 4 dudes. But if you can imagine like a team of like close to 30, that's basically the A team. These guys, I don't know. I mean, they're a bunch of weirdos. I think they'll be fine. Especially when we get cash. We need an M&M van now. We need a stretch A-team van. We need a stretch limo van painted like the A-team. The only problem is we're in like 11 time zones. We're distributed across the world. International, worldwide. We need a Learjet. Will there be any instance content? Everything open world. Everything open world is the plan. There was a question up here that I wanted to answer. Oh, I missed a question earlier about how many zones are online. Zones currently online. So, Night Harbor, big ass zone, M&M Clown Car. That sounds about like it. We need like a really tiny Learjet, like a shortened, like short bus Learjet. That's like a Clown Car Learjet. It'll look like a V2 rocket or something out of World War II. And then we'll all stuff in it like a clown car. People will be like, what happened to... We'd be the Leonard Skinner of game development. That'd be tragic. Short bus Learjet. I'm claiming this band name. Go for it, Namu. But you've got to actually make it. You've got to make the band. Send me a cassette. I'm into weird music. But yeah, so that would be a bad way for us to go out. The Leonard Skinner of game development. Wow. Anyways, number of zones that we have online. Night Harbor, big ass city here. To the west of here, Shaded Dunes, Fallen Pass. Then north from Fallen Pass will be Vale of Zentar. Still very much in progress. Cut the corner before you go all the way north, which will take you into Keeper's Bite. That's not online yet. That's coming up later. If you then go east again, you'll go into Glass Flats. Just pretend like I have a finger here. I used to, but I don't anymore. So that's 5, not 4.5. And then so Glass Flats, and then you come south again, and you'll be in Sungreet Strand, and that takes you back into Night Harbor. We have a dungeon right here to the right. That is Wormsbane. And then you have... oh, yeah, I've never mentioned that zone name before. Yeah, that'll be coming up later. You have Wormsbane. Telekir is the Ashira dungeon. Deep Dunes, which is going to be totally reworked. We've got a really cool idea for that, but it'll be reworked. That's 10. We've got Mini Crypt, which is a really tiny, like, 2-room dungeon. And then we've got Ancient Crypt, which used to be a placeholder test dungeon, but people seem to like it. So yeah, we've got like 10, 12 zones up. We've got a few more that we're going to do for early access. And then once we get them done, we're going to move straight into building these zones for our first big update. So right after we go into early access, we're going to release our first module that will be deep themed. Deep is an underworld that runs the span of our continent. The bulk of the game will be taking place on the continent Aetheril, but it's got an underworld as well, right? Like an Underdark style setup. So you'll be able to move through the world underground as well as above ground. That includes like ship navigation and stuff, or taking ships and stuff, right? So the underground rivers and lakes and seas and stuff. So, yeah, that's the how many zones do we have question. EA release will be desert zones and the forests right north of here. So it'll include the desert region of Zur, which is what we're in now. And then it will include zones for the Elven lands of Califrey. And so you'll get the first of those zones. Not all of them. There'll be more zones that come out over time. And then as part of early access, our EA will be adding more and more up the world and just expanding out. So not every one of naturally we've got the Wood Elf City will be online for early access, and Night Harbor will be online for early access. Then we'll be going into some of the deep races. We'll get a city in the first big update. And it'd be nice to see some grass. Yeah. Some of our desert zones will actually be getting a little bit greener as we're propping them out. I feel like I missed something above. Is there an approximate timeline for early access? Griffith, yeah, we have a full roadmap and stuff. If you guys are curious about like timeline and all of that, be sure to check out the FAQ page for sure. Here, like I'll click on it to show you the information so that you know I'm not bullshitting you. Really appreciate us having a PvP server and stress test. Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, we think it's fun. It's not gonna be perfect. It's not gonna be. I know there's some discussion on Tangent Stream about PvP and all of that. I mean, we kind of like that old EQ brutal feel, but we'll see what we do with it. Yeah, so here you can kind of see what we're shooting for. Any of the devs going to play on PvP server? We've got some degenerate devs already. Matter of fact, one of our Nicks may be secretly spending a ton of time in PvP ganking people right now, and as soon as I've got the time, I would love to be on there. I was the GM of Talon Zek for a while, and then I was part of the small crew of guys that got together and pitched the idea for a Sulan Zek server, yeah, so we're fans. So if you come down here, development roadmaps and development history at the bottom of the early access page, you'll see some infos. Wow, you're the reason why they introduced FFA PvP and EQ. I will say I can't take all the credit, but I was a big reason for it, because when I ran Talon Zek, I really got tired of people crying about shit that they could fix themselves. Right? It's like, oh man, he just trained me. Okay, well, train him back. Oh, he's training me again. Do you not have root? Do you not have the ability to kill him? Right? And I know there's some cross-team issues and a bunch of other shit that was going on, so I don't want to oversimplify the situation, but we were really like, why are GMs dealing with some of these issues? Fancy the Bard is a legend. But I thought it's spelled with an S, yes? So ignore this. This says early access goes live 2025 Q4. I think we're saying like we thought into like the last day of 2025, but it's probably, I mean, let's be real, it's going to very likely be you know, the first month or so of 2026. So we'll update that one of these days. But here's a lot of info for you. We are very transparent. I think a lot of people say that, but I don't know if they are so. It's one thing to say it, it's one thing to be it. Spiritus Systems, they make a lot of interesting tactical gear, but they have a t-shirt that says "to be, not to seem." I think it is "to be, not to seem." We'd rather just be rather than seem. So yeah, so we stream a lot. We've got a number of people streaming at this point. We post our VODs on YouTube. Here, so we've got like, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of VODs. They're not cut; they're just rambling development VODs. But you'll see character art, environment art, game design. Me showing a lot of times I'm just being the front man. I'm showing other people's work when I should be working and dropping F-bombs, I guess, and being inappropriate, but hey. So you can see here who kind of joined the team as we went, and what was coming online, systems that came online over the years. And then, like I said, for those of you wondering like what it's cost us to do this and where we spent our money, we break it down even to kind of show you like of the 70,000, which it's now beyond that, but at the time of publishing this months ago, the 70,000 that we spent, here's how it's kind of rolled out over time, what we spend it on, gets into our post-launch plan. One of the things that we're going to do is even when we go into early access and when we go live, we'll show you like our revenue. We'll show you where we're allocating revenue, because we know that as a indie company, one of the things that you guys are looking at is like how to I joined, I was one of the first 5 people on the DC Universe Online team, and when we moved to Austin to basically take over the Star Wars Galaxies studio to start ramping up DC Universe Online, one of the former Star Wars Galaxies programmers asked me in a meeting, because I was at the time I was the lead designer before we got a creative director. He asked me an interesting question, which was, how do we know that you're not going to fucking waste our time like the last team did? Was his question to me, which was an interesting question. But he was a bit bummed at how things had like turned out with Star Wars Galaxies. And I think it's a fair question, right? Like the wording is one where you're like, okay, well, that sounds rough, but and it was like, my thing is, I was like, I don't know that I can promise you that I won't. That was post NG. Yeah, I was a bit burned out. But so I don't know that we're gonna make all the right decisions. And so if you think a bad decision is a waste of your time, it's feasible that we will waste your time, right? But one thing I could do, and definitely tried to do, was, but we're gonna keep you in the loop, and we're not gonna bullshit you, and we're gonna tell you how things are really going, what our decisions are. We're gonna listen to your feedback, and we're gonna do as good a job as possible. And so, with the creation of this company and the ramping up of this project, that's what we're doing, right? And so, people come in and they tell us what they don't like all the time. We'll tell you if we plan on changing it. If you're kind of right, sometimes we're like, oh shit, that's a good point. We incorporate that feedback. But there are a lot of times where we're just going to be honest with you. We're not going to be like, oh yeah, maybe we'll do that. Oh, you don't like recovering your corpse? Well, you never know. You never know. Maybe we'll change that, if enough people don't like it. Like there's a lot of stuff where we're like, no, here's the game what we're making, and we don't want to waste your time. If you're a part of the community and we're making a game that's not for you, we're not being rude when we tell you, hey, yeah, this game's probably not for you then. And we would love for the game to be for everybody. We would love that, I guess, if we could handle that. But we want people to be like, we want people to understand this is the game that we're making. And so, and then we'll see if there's enough people that are interested in that, and if it works. But yeah, this comes all the way back to what I was showing you, which is as we've got money coming in, we'll show you where the money's going, because just like we showed you where the money went in the first place, we want you to get the information you need to know whether or not it's worth your time. Because one of the big things that we know happens with an MMO is if you're coming into an MMO, I think, for me at least, if I'm going into an MMO, I'm thinking about, is this going to be a place where I can invest years of my life and feel like it's not going to disappear like one night overnight, or it's not going to go in a completely bullshit direction or whatever, right? You're investing your time with us and your $15 a month. Now, because you're investing your time and your $15 a month, it doesn't necessarily make you, like a shareholder. We're not going to invite all of you to a teleconference and have you all get a say, but I mean, we will read the room and we will check the vibe, and we do want to make sure that you're making as informed a decision as possible when you play our game. Fetishphobia, Shiden71, DJ, thank you for the follows. Are you guys arguing about PvP and bullying and shit in chat? I've noticed that you guys are talking back and forth, which is nice because that gives me some time to ramble without having to respond to your stuff. As long as you guys are being nice to each other. You can disagree all you want. Like I said, we've got a decent sized community for us. Like, we're like 8,300 people is a lot of people in Discord. We know it's small in the grand scheme of things, but the one thing we make sure of, and Lich, are you out there? Sometimes we gotta talk to people and be like, stop being so salty. Be nice to each other. You're allowed to disagree. Just do it gently. You have done nothing wrong lately that I'm aware of, Lich. But I also haven't been reading Discord very much lately. We called out because he can handle it. Wu-Tang Sword says, I've been on nearly 12 hours today non-stop. This game is stupidly addictive, even in its very early state. I'm scared for my future. That is nice to hear. Lich, you know that we love you. But you are being monitored at all times. Silverlock said, in the tabletop role-playing forums for Roll20, they use a vote system for people for issues which tend to focus the devs on certain issues people like. Everyone gets X votes they can spend promoting a certain idea. I've seen stuff like that incorporated into like some software, some management tools, like project management tools like AHA and stuff. It's interesting. I know some teams do that to better effect than others. I think it's good for surfacing stuff, but we never want to give people the idea that this is a democracy. Democracies do have their strong points, but also there are those times where if you get enough people together that are just wrong, they're still wrong, even if they're wrong together as the majority. The majority of you can still be wrong. The team will listen to you, but we are benevolent dictators. What kind of aspects will you improve that does not exist in EQ? There are things that we want to do. You know, like a lot of it's just simple extensions to stuff that we thought was already cool. If you look at like religion, right? Like we feel, you know, we want to do more with religion. So one of the ideas pitched to Ali and Nick. I haven't put it in front of the team yet. You know, but the general idea is we want religion to be kind of like factions. Want it to be fluid. Right, so you can build up your essentially, you can build up your relationship with one or more gods, and you can change that over time. So just because you picked a god when you first created your character because they sounded cool, and you're feeling moody that day, and you wanted to worship a god of death and disease or whatever, then over time you can switch that. And it also gives you some replay within the character, you know, replay within a given character. But like basically having religion be more of a system that has more benefits to it, especially as you continue to build a relationship with a god, or, you know, effects if you betray, basically renounce your faith, that type of thing. Do more with, we saw more in EQ later when you saw like Velius, kind of the various factions, being able to shift between factions. Want to do more of that. We're doing a lot more with basically looking at different conditions and their impact on content. So it's one thing to have foraging or fishing or harvesting or NPC spawning, but with us, like, I don't know if you noticed, we have 3 moons. If you pay attention to the moons as they're going across, our moons are in different phases depending on what day it is. And so different moon phases can be a condition that determines whether or not you're using a certain, like, basically if you're fishing, it could be that depending on the hour, the moon phase, the season, the month, the day, the time of day, other conditions in the world, it may determine whether or not certain fish are available in a certain specific area, or on the table more broadly, or if you're foraging somewhere. Yep, we're using a 72-minute day-night cycle. Are people calling each other names? I haven't been reading that part of it. Are you being nice to each other? Be nice to each other. Let's see. So that type of thing, right? So like EQ had day night, and we have some of that in here. Like if you go over to here, let me bake, or no, what is it? Let me cook. Let me bang, bro. Oh, is the name calling Care Bears? I think that's okay. I think that's fine. Why 72 and not 60? Let me bake. Was that more of a 420 thing than let me cook? I was thinking of that UFC fighter that's let me bang, bro. I just want to bang. Which I guess that also has weird connotations. Oh, that's weird. As the day-night cycle changes, we'll sit here and we'll watch day-night play out. Tough, yeah. And we'll wait for the mobs to catch up with me. We got a little sphere of influence lag at the moment. Man, I miss old Tough. There we go. Is my aggro off? It is, okay. Yeah, so 72 minutes instead of 60. Well, originally I argued for 40 because I was like, oh, then if somebody's playing for an hour, they see a day-night cycle. Nick was pushing 72 pretty hard, and I didn't understand why at the time. And then when we changed it, it felt a lot better. And so I was like, oh shit, that makes sense. Now 72 is there are 20. If I'm not mistaken, there are 20 day-night cycles in an actual real-world 24-hour period because of a 72-minute cycle, yes. The way we handle day-night is each real-world day, that's very hard for me to say, each real-world day is 20 day-night cycles, but they're the same day-night cycle, so it's a Groundhog Day, basically. And the reason for that is we want to make sure that it's feasible for someone to come in. So say we have 3 full moons and we want something to happen in a specific in-game day, right? Often it's not going to just be a day thing, but let's say in-game, like today, it's time. So today is Matston, the 29th of Sun Peak in the year 606 after Reformation. It's summer, right? So with that, you will have that same day, Matston, the 29th, will recur 20 times because it could be that there's a merchant that only shows up on this specific day. He shows up every Matston, right? So we want to make sure that no matter when you log in today, you have that opportunity. Now, often it's not just going to be a one-day thing, but it could be if it's each day of this week in game, you'll find the pattern, you'll be able to deal with it. But it's set up that way just so that recurrence makes it a little bit easier for you to witness or be a part of certain things. 72 minutes, it felt so much shorter given how quickly real life time passes playing this game. That's nice to hear. Yeah, we get in and, I mean, dude, even now, like streams fly by, just hanging out in here, talking to you guys, but like playing it does just kind of move along, right? There's something to like the rhythm of camping stuff and just being in, and our focus has been just getting the right moment to moment feel, and then once you get in that rhythm, it becomes meditative. It's just something we found when we were playing together on P99. The one Matthias says, totally didn't play for 16 hours yesterday. Nice. What level did you not make it to during the 16 hours you didn't play? We're really going to be digging into a lot of this data afterwards. We've got a new person on the team to help us make a lot of this data a little bit easier to access as well. Pretty exciting. I'm going to check, make sure nothing crazy is going on in Slack. Doesn't appear to be. Cool. MF's calling off to play monsters. I mean, it's nice. That's a goal for us, right? Our group got to 10 after almost 18 hours on a fresh West server. Nice. Well done, Lich. Love the cleric's playstyle. Justin Beard, what's going on, buddy? Very calm. You're sitting down. Kessie Hill every so often. Got really nice buffs. Have a campfire too. It's all kumbaya. Dude, I had never played a cleric beyond just a few levels until Eridune TLP. And I fell in love. So I really enjoyed it. So I'm looking forward to playing a cleric in our game as well. Velef said, my level 15 monk wiped. I don't have time to level now. Was that from the earlier playtest? Tia said, also re-rolled off PvP server to the new one to hang with Tangent. Yeah, I thought I saw you on the stream. Can we get more fun spells for all classes? Yes. If you're not in our Discord, just get in our Discord, and every once in a while remind Nick that he needs to add more fun. And I know it's in quotes. More oddball, more silly. Well, and some of that's going to be handled through clickies, right? Like we like clickies, activatable items. There's, definitely going to be some quested spells and abilities if I had to guess. Where's Buckmar? Buckmar is in the Concourse of Souls, I think. Or is he the one that is Buckmar in the Spellbinder's Fire? I forget. I know those two places interact with each other in a couple of the quests, and I can't remember. I thought he was okay. He is in the Necro Guild. Cool. He is in Concourse of Soul. There's another guy who's kind of a weirdo who is similar to Buckmar, but he is in Spellbinder's Spire. Is that except Oval? 3453. I read I think it's an L as an I. I was like, Tavi. I don't know, random name. All right then. Cool. Except you are then. What time is it? When's day night actually going to happen? Only 3 p.m. in game. All right, we got a little bit of time. We'll hang out. We'll go up here where we can see better. Oh, that's not a bad view. Is boxing allowed? On certain servers. It's a super controversial topic. Everybody gets their boxers in a bunch when we discuss it. So I don't want to get into the details here. Because you guys, you'll immediately bifurcate into box versus anti-box, and it gets, I don't know, it just makes me, It just bores the shit out of me, to be honest. The arguments to and for and against. What are we doing? What are we doing today? Fighting about boxing? No, Namu, no, don't, please. Let's discuss politics instead. I'm just kidding. Let's not discuss either one of those. Maybe I'll add that to the list of stuff to not discuss. And then we'll just set aside one day where we all get together. And then we have it out. And by have it out, we mean we just tell you this was our decision. This is how it's going to work. Can we discuss how you're not working and it's not allowing me to get my fix earlier? Or coding? I don't actually work on the team. I'm just a front man. Touché. Now what you got to say? My work is this. I am the PR man. I am just the PR person. I'm the Max Headroom of this project. Y'all got a recommendation for rehab clinic? If you're in Texas, I went to, what was it called? La Jolla? No. There's a really good one near Austin if you get too into the game. Just a great game so far, except I appreciate that. The team is excited to hear that you are into it. No, we really are. I'm not saying that sarcastically at all. It's you seem to be avoiding the hard questions, Robot, but these need to be addressed to have a healthy game. Which hard questions am I avoiding? When and where will you discuss these things? Discord, development posts, etc. Which are the hard ones? So far, I have not participated in your PvP discussion, and I've stated that we have made a statement on boxing, and we don't want to spend a bunch of time arguing about it. So the statement on boxing is on our website, in that we'll have a box server or two. Some servers will allow boxing. I believe it is true boxing without, like, I always fuck up the actual, like, without, I'm a boomer, so I screw up some of the terms. Without basically input broadcasting. Thank you, Tiny Violin. I screw up the terminology sometimes. Input broadcasting is what I was trying to think of. So I think that kind of makes the statement on that. PvP, griefing, bullying, boxing. Okay, PvP. We want there to be PvP. It's probably not going to be a lot of people's perfect PvP. Because we're going to set it up where it's kind of a bit more Wild West. It feels a bit more like old EQ rather than us making a game that's built around PvP. So I think that's my statement on PvP. Griefing. If there's griefing in the PvE game, if there's griefing in PvP, the griefing's very broad. So we'll have to know the exact nature of the griefing. If somebody's just being a shit in our game, we're just going to ban them. And if their friends are kind of shits too, we'll ban them too. Because we'd rather just ban people that make the place kind of shitty. But on the flip side, if people are being crybabies, if people are just being crybabies, then we may ban them as well. Because it's one thing to be like, hey, this person's really being disruptive. And so we'll monitor that. We'll be invisible. We'll be looking at what's going on. We'll be checking it out. And we'll go, all right, this person's really, they're like, there's a group here. They're getting trained. It's a PvE server. We don't need this nonsense. They're being disruptive in chat. Cool. We'll talk to that person maybe once. If they're being really shitty, we'll just ban them. They can make a new account again. And then, you know, potentially we'll ban them in other ways or whatever. And so, but if you're on a PvP server and you're attacking other people and training each other, like if we're going to do a PvP server, odds are it's going to be a fairly Wild West PvP server. Like I said earlier, I was very much of the, like, I was one of the main people championing Sulan Zek, where it's like, hey, yeah. And so for people that are coming from other games where PvP's a lot more structured and systemic and civilized, if we have enough interest, we might find that it's worth our while to invest in making like a more complex, more civilized, like, yeah, PvP server, right? And I see you're laughing at the idea, but you know what I mean, right? Like something that's a little bit more, I don't know, like Battlegroundsy, right? And who knows, maybe we'll put a battleground in, or a zone that is more like a battleground or something like that in game. But generally speaking, this idea of it just being like a scary, gnarly server, yeah. Now, do we want people like going around and saying racist shit and being complete idiots? Well, that's still not good enough. Doing stuff that's just, you know, saying really foul things to each other or whatever. No, odds are we'll watch that and we'll take action. But on a PvE server, it's not a PvP server. So for people that are wanting the comfort of a PvE server, but PvP flavored, I don't know at this time that we're going to be able to cater to that. Don't know. If we've got, you know, if we've got 50,000 subs and there's enough people to want to be able to have like a very specific type of PvP server, then it may at that point be worth our while to do it. But so, okay, what was the other topic? Bullying. Again, to me, like, griefing bullying is being disruptive. And if that's on a normal server, that's usually going to get you talked to. And if it's persistent or bad enough, then, you know, potentially banned. Yeah. So I think that covers it. In the boxing, like I said, it's one of those things where, you know, and Nick's got a good point. We'll also consider PvE servers with different rule sets as well if there's demand. Yeah, if we've got enough people and there's demand, we're very wild and crazy guys. Like, we, you know, it's our game, so we don't have to answer to anybody with regards to, you know, boss, is it okay if we make this weird rule set server? So I thought I remember hearing there will not be multi-group content raids. Does this mean no WoW style raids? No, we said there will be multi-group content. When we were talking about when we were talking about like raids, I was very much like, when it was just like 3, 4, 5 of us. Okay, day-night cycle. It's nighttime now. You see the day-night cycle switch over. This is what we've been waiting for. As the population changes, the NPCs get into conflict. Though I can't remember if we ever fixed the levels being modified on these guys in a weird way. So who knows? Maybe the researchers will win this time. But typically, once it's fixed back, the researchers get wiped out, and then the cultists and the undead take over. So that was a lot of waiting just to see what I was talking about. Like, we do this with moon phases, day-night cycle, time of day, all sorts of stuff. And it's kind of rainy, so you don't see the moons coming up. But yeah, so we'll have multi-group content, and the easiest thing for us to say is, yeah, we'll have raids, right? Because people know what that is. The point that I was trying to make early on was, what we don't want to do with the game is, we don't want to create a situation in which the game feels like all of the group, like, content and the leveling content is just kind of in the way of getting to raiding, right? We don't want to make two games kind of smashed on top of each other, in which the core of the game, which is grouping and you know, just camping and grinding and leveling, like, we don't want you to lose the journey part of that, right? So we want to have raids, we want to have multi-group content incorporated in a way where it supplements that experience and it adds to it, and is not just, that is where all the best shit is, and that is all the you know, all the fun is, right? So does that make sense? Am I doing an okay job of explaining that? Kegadin says, is total XP split amongst the group members? Is there a bonus for having people in your group? I don't know anymore. Nick, Ollie? Honestly, anybody on the team that pays better attention than I do sometimes. So it looks like Waratsumi and Nick have been talking, and it looks like Nick's got you covered. Awesome. It's good to hear. Yeah, and the thing is, like, how does group experience distribution work? I forget. I thought there was like a distribution and a bonus. I thought there was a bonus based on number of members. Yeah. I gotta fix this back, Nick. The researchers win now that the levels were normalized. Let me write a note on that. I'll do that tomorrow morning. Is Rune Crypt, Mini Crypt not itemized yet? I don't know if it is. The researchers are having their big day. The last couple of months, they've finally stopped being killed to death. But after tomorrow, they're gonna go back to being sacrificed. Rune Crypt only has a couple of items, Nick said. In Crypt. Surfer 801, it looked like I covered your answer. Hopefully I answered, I answered that's good enough for folks. As an archaeologist IRL, I appreciate us getting a win. One of the guys I used to party with as a high schooler became an archaeologist. And I didn't realize he was going to be one until I ran into him years and years later after I got out of the army. And I thought it was pretty interesting. I thought it was pretty wild that somebody actually does it. He said it was nothing like Indiana Jones. Yeah, Jasmine's like, what? Will AAs or similar type system exist for experience to go towards when max level? No plans at the moment. It's a question that comes up a fair bit, so I think it's something we'll discuss more, but I don't know that that's going to change our current plan, but it comes up a fair bit, and be curious if we talk about it more to get a solid perspective from Nick and Ollie and the team. Where can one go find these small crypts, and what level-ish are they? I tell you what, you can find them and then you will see what level they are. That'll be exciting for you. I would say they're somewhere between here and what I'm looking at. I'm here. More like ancient trash collectors than Indiana Jones. All you see is darkness. Oh shit. Well, you don't see a green thing up on a mountain? Somewhere between the green keep that's on the mountain and Night Harbor, the city that you start in. Bumtel? I think there's some pretty amazing... Are you sort of traditional... We have a good grip on history type archaeologist, or are you like a Graham Hancock? There's probably lost civilizations and we really don't honestly know anything about history. And all the cool shit's probably hidden in the basement of the Vatican and the Pentagon. It's all much older than people realize. All the cool shit's being hidden by the government, man. Which archaeologist are you? The inverse of that, there are only 2 options. Those are your only 2 options. Hey, Keebs. K-Sims asks, are all the races getting their own unique homes eventually? Yes, that is what we're going to be working on during early access. Whoa, that was pretty scary. Environmental effects look awesome. Thank you. Yeah, the guys have pulled off some great stuff so far. Yeah, our weather is about to do the same thing here in Germany. Yeah, oh, that's another condition. And I think we actually have, like, if there's a sandstorm going on out here, you may want to be careful. So, like, even things like when there's dust storms, I don't know if it's activated yet, but you know, when there's a dust storm going on, you'll potentially see different NPCs that weren't usually there, right? Like, so yeah, it's going back to the earlier question of how we're extending certain systems. Oh, they've been seen? I think they're like Dust Devils or whatever. I mean, they don't have a unique model yet, but... Goblin was asking much earlier if anybody's been to Vale of Zintar yet. There's something new in Vale of Zintar. It's all Rampaging Were-Rat running through Night Harbor. Yeah, he was something I put in just based off of he's one of a few things that may happen at like midnight, but he may be changing to be more moon phase based at some point later in the game's history. Bumtelhelmer says, I do joint academic and public sector stuff. I've told my wife if we ever get really hard up, I'll grow out a wild haircut and cook up some wild stuff for TV. That's the way to do it. You don't even have to cook it up, man. It's real. It's real, man. I went to Vale, but left because of a sandstorm and got nervous about dying. Are there other anvils in Night Harbor besides Night Market? Yep. There are 2 that are pretty close to there. Do you slay him with silver cheese traps? It's a good question. Did not account for that possibility. So there's a couple additional anvils in the Old Temple Market. There's at least one in Blackfeather Bazaar if you look for a vendor that would sell stuff that needs an anvil. There's one in the harbor area if you find the shorties, their little neighborhood. Ollie said, Nick, can you check Slack? Where are you guys talking? Ah, Nick said, okay, I see that now. Oh, interesting. Interesting bug. The harbor, not the naval area. The harbor. There's a neighborhood. There's like a little section in the harbor district that's just shorties. Naval area has one too? Oh, cool. I didn't add that one, so I wasn't aware of it. A little section, phrasing. No, I mean, it's a section of, it's little halflings and dwarves and shit. They even have a very cute, not phrasing it, an unintentional pun. No, it was intentional. The Smalls area, a little section. Have you got? If you go to the Old Temple Market, which is not far from the West Gate, there's two sitting right there. There's no way you can miss it. The area is very unfinished, so it's literally of the only things that you can see. 2 of the 4 things that are in there are those anvils. Just posted a heartwarming screenshot in Slack. You might enjoy. Robot. Zukin with you, that's 50-50. It's either going to be heartwarming or it's going to be like Funky Sharky last night coming in. Oh, that is heartwarming. We did do it. Nice. Good old Funky. Just came straight in last night. The first thing he said, it was like, first time chatting. So it had a nice box around it for me and everything was 2 words. Dog shit game. I was just like, really? That is a bold move, young man. Welcome to our area. Welcome to the stream. I was like, how did you end up here? He said he came from Tangent Stream. And so I'm like, but like, how do you arrive here if you don't like the game? And no, he wound up being fun. He wound up being a nice enough guy. Now, he apologized profusely. It was very weird. It was just very weird. Because that's such a bold statement. I thought he said he found it randomly on Twitch. No, I'm fairly certain. Go back and watch the VOD, Keith. I could have sworn that he said that he found it from Tangent Stream. I thought. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I thought it was a very... That's the kind of people that get banned. Sometimes, but I was very curious about him. Because I wanted to know, when someone comes in that's that bold, I think the analogy I used last night was, that's like walking into a bar where you see everybody's in cowboy hats and wearing shit kickers, and looking around and going, this is shit music, right? Like, there was no reading of the room. There was no time invested in figuring out what was about to happen to him. It was very internet behavior. But then we talked to him for a while, and he seemed funny enough. He apologized. We explained the game to him. He wasn't necessarily somebody that was very familiar with old school MMOs. So, and he was a young man. I don't know what the folks that came in from, you know, like earlier from the raid, He's 27. I think the only person younger than him was Wizard, who's 25, and Wizard was wanting to meet up with him and they could play together. I think Wizard's got like some P99 experience. But you know, we explained to him that the average age in our chat is 35. And that's an average, which is odd because I think that's still pretty low when you look at all the ages that are within our chat. But yeah, we know that different folks have there are different tastes, and art's one of those things where some people are going to really love what we're doing, especially when you get in and play. I don't know, tell me if this is true. I've heard this a few times. I've heard a number of people say that it's one thing to watch the stream, but it's another thing to get in and like move around and have full control over the camera and have the audio going, and like all of a sudden you're like, oh, this feels a lot different than it looked when I was watching the stream of this. Right? So I guess at some point I probably should have had a light on for you guys. Severin says, Robot, yeah, I hit 48 this year. Put a lot of years into EQ and a bit into EQ too. Exactly. And that's kind of the average in here. You hear a lot of that in here. I'm 49. I'll be 50 in March. Wu-Tang says, as a 25-year-old, I'd rather be playing an MMO with all the boomers anyway. I didn't realize you were 25. Nice. What's behind Monsters and Memories name? Is the Memories part related to the old school setting or set or feel or yeah, so wanted something, you know, it's like you've got like the mazes and monsters and the Dungeons and Dragons, the powers and perils, the swords and sorcery, right? Like it's just a thing that's got that old kind of like tabletop vibe. So wanted a name that was kind of like that. And then monsters, okay, that's expected. Monsters, right? Monsters and mazes. Mazes, monsters, I forget which one. Might and Magic. But memories, like we lean so hard into nostalgia, right? Like the art style is very much one of thinking of the old like Big Five D&D artists, painters, right? Parkinson and Caldwell and Easley, Elmore, right? Like we wanted something that it feels painted, you know. We want a hand painted look. So we want something that feels like when you're in it, like there are these moments where it's like, oh man, I'm actually in this old fantasy painting, right? So our hope is with the lighting and with, you know, painted textures and like the simple sort of style and a lot of negative space that we can kind of make that for folks. Memories, right? Like memories, when I say memories, I think of like sitting out. Remember how many of you sat out on those stone pillars in Oasis in EQ and watched the sun come up at some point just because the sun was coming up, right? Like, or have these interesting memories. I have more memories from within EQ than I do of living in San Diego. And I lived in San Diego for six years. I lived in San Diego for 6 years. I can tell you more about Norath than I could tell you about San Diego. I don't know shit about San Diego. I've been to the beach in Norath about 1,000 times more than I went to the beach in San Diego. Yeah, and then the opportunity to create new memories, right? So it's just, you know, it's a weird name that I just thought, you know, had some quirkiness and strength to it. And again, I've had some people be like, that's a dog shit name. And, you know, the name's not for those people. But other people are like, hey, I dig it. It feels good. Noob Scanner says, I have monk scrolls that were given to me at level 1. I'm not able to mem them. Open, so hit I to open your inventory, paper doll. Hit B. Look at your innates. You've got skills, innates, and spells depending on your class. Grab the scroll, drag the scroll over to one of these squares and see what happens. And then from there, click on it. It'll, once it's scribed into your book, you can mem it. And then you click on it like this, right? And it'll stick to your cursor. And then you can hit 1 through 10 and it'll put it on your ability bar. And then you should be good to go. Watch. This is how it'll work. It'll go boom. And then you'll hit 1. And you'll see it here. Boom. It moves there. Where do you report a bug? Hit /bug. You just died, but all your items, but one bag disappeared. All your items disappeared when you died. Are you sure they're not on your corpse? You got it working? Right on, Noob Scanner. And certain things like skills you can take. Oh, that changed. I think I'm screwing this up. There we go. Hold down on it, click, add it to your hotbar. Your hotbar is different than your ability bar. No corpse anymore. It had only one bag from a quest on it. Any chance you can point me to the direction of the Night Harbor Garrison? If you're looking at these mountains, go in the opposite direction. You're going to go not towards the gates, the big gates here. You're going to go towards the southern gate. I don't know if you guys know this, but if you go to a guard, click on them. Do not attack them. They'll kill you. Do not hit Q. They'll kill you. Click on a guard, so you got the guard targeted, and then hit H, and you'll hail them. You can then, if you've got an NPC targeted in this game, you can then open up your chat bar, but you want to make sure it's open so you don't accidentally hit Q and get killed. Right, so boom, and then you go, where is the garrison? And you'll say that. My says go to a different box. But anyways, you'll say that, and the guard will tell you which direction to go in. And the only thing you'll need to do Keith, did you actually go back and watch the VOD? I knew you would too. When I said it, I knew you would do it. You are a VOD watcher. Keith's like, I am going to... I'm going to get to the bottom of this right now. Freaking Funky Sharky. Well, I hope he's doing okay in life. I hope that we maybe made an impact on him. Chinny D is fantastic. Chinny D is a wonderful guy. Freaking goblins. I'm gonna reload, see if I can see this campfire. There we go. Nailed it. Detective Keith. Detective Keith is on the case. Are you about to buff me? Okay, I was about to say, don't buff me. Don't waste your mana. Oh, that's sweet of you. Cheer. Keith said, I've gotten good at scrubbing VODs from all those Mandrake Farms videos. It's true. You've built up a very specific set of skills. I saw Funky on the other Eminem streams after yours ended yesterday. He seemed to have fun. He told us he was downloading the game. We convinced him to download the game. Octawisp? Yeah. You should stream then. Oh, but I missed the most important part of what you said, Keith. Keith said, dude, you were right. That is my favorite part of that statement. Not because I need to be right. I don't want to be right. I don't need to be right. But here's the deal. I say in the majestic lighting of a beetle's ass. The mood lighting of beetle butt. I say. I don't need to be right, but I hate being wrong. Not like I hate being wrong, like I can't be wrong. It's okay if I'm wrong. But I hate saying shit that's not true. Being acknowledged makes it greater. That's true. I'm not gonna lie about that. You spit your coffee at that same... Man, why'd you have to say coffee, Nicodemus? It is 11:28 p.m. in Germany, and now I want coffee. And the only way I'm gonna really get coffee is after I go to sleep. Oh, majestic light of the Beatles' ass. Yeah. I've been known for my poetry. That is my contribution to this game. I'm the front man and I'm also the poet. If we can get Nick streaming again for the love of God, then I can stop being the front man as well. A good leader's job is to make themselves invalid and then go on vacation forever. Whatever happened to Luna? Tenderly entering asked. She is no longer on the team. We have some folks, we've had pretty good retention on the team, but some folks get in and it's not what they're expecting, or it's not, game development is not what they're expecting, or the team isn't necessarily what they're expecting, or the project, or whatever. And yeah, and then we're pretty cool when it's, sometimes folks are like, this isn't what I was expecting, and then we're like, okay, cool. And then sometimes we're like, yeah, no, she has some cool ideas. Had some cool ideas. You know, a number of things that she came up with are still in the game for sure. But it was, you know, we are very, I want to say this in a way where it doesn't sound like disparaging or like a sideways sort of comment or whatever, but we've got a lot of stuff to get done. We're a volunteer team for sure. Like, everybody's volunteering their time. This is currently not a paid gig. If anything, it's a paid gig in the sense that we're paying to do this gig. But we're very serious about this being a company that is working on a commercial project that is being developed to eventually become a paid gig for the team. So, on one hand, since everybody's a volunteer, there's a certain like approach that we have to take with regards to expectations and, you know, like we can't make the same demands on people that you can make in a studio or on a project where everybody's being paid. It's a very straightforward relationship. Well, it's a fairly straightforward relationship when it's a paid gig, right? And that's usually defined by the terms of your contract. For us, people are volunteering, so we try to be pretty cool about like, hey, rough time frames, and are you cool with this and that, and blah blah blah. But and some, like you said, sometimes people have family stuff come up, other job stuff come up. We're pretty cool, but we are very serious about getting shit done, right? So we're very serious about like, we need to get these things done within this time frame, because we do have a roadmap, which means we do have a schedule. Schedules change, we update based off of our best understanding of things. Like we don't want to have like a bullshit schedule. We don't want to have a schedule where it's like, hey, we said we're going to get this done by the end of May, and it's not the end of May now. Let's just check the boxes done, right? Like, no, we got to update the schedules and all of that. But, so we're pretty good about adapting as we go, but we are very much, we are a team with a culture of constant, steady, just chipping away at this thing and driving it forward. And I think that can be, for some folks, that may seem a little much. So, but hey, that's what it is, right? That's what we're doing. Are we recruiting more volunteers? At the moment, we don't have any open roles. We don't. We tend to post those in Discord when they come up, and maybe on the website. Every once in a while, I'll be like, "Oh shit, we got a need." Every once in a while, folks reach out to us, and they just happen to have like a pretty unique skill set or background where we're like, "Oh, okay. Your gnome looks like he's on a roller coaster with his arms up in the air." Like, yeah, Golden Phoenix. Our fly animation is not much of an animation. It's he's just holding on to invisible pull-up bar for dear life. Maybe he's on an invisible glider. Oh shit, sandstorm. I was gonna show you a beautiful sunrise, but sandstorm kind of nuked that. But yeah, so like we have on occasion had some people reach out. Like our friend here, ZBrushed. So Zach, somebody that I worked with 13 years ago. I think we're in the same studio. We're working on the same project in Austin, like 13 years ago. 2011, 2012, 2013 time frame. So, when he reached out, we worked together at King's Isle. When he reached out, it's kind of like, oh, badass, right? It's super cool. We're appreciative to everybody that reaches out. Like, don't get us wrong. Like, a lot of people send me DMs, and try to let you know, like, hey, it's kind of you to be interested enough in the game to reach out. Respect that fully, and really appreciate it. It's a nice compliment. But we're looking to keep the team as small as possible, because like I said, we're wanting to turn this into a commercial venture that becomes a business, and it complicates things if the team's too big. Also, communication, culture, all sorts of shit like that. Like, we want to keep it as tight as possible, but then we do have specific needs that come up, and then every once in a while something will happen, like somebody like Zach reach out, and it's like, yeah, of course, man, badass. Because again, it's a person that's experienced in the industry in his field, and expressed like a genuine interest to work with us, and it's like, cool, let's do it. Yeah, Zukin. I missed Pat. Like, so Pat and I missed each other, I think, during that period. Well, he might have been there while I was there, and we didn't meet or whatever. But I knew Zach when I was there. And so let's see. So that'll happen. We recently had somebody reach out that was, that's currently an animator that's been doing animation for a very long time as well. And at the time we only had one animator Urcom staff, and we're thinking, oh man, shit, it's gonna pile. We were worried it's gonna lot of characters now because we've got multiple people working on characters and they got to be animated. So it's like, oh, what's going to happen here? And just fortunate enough that, boom, a wonderful animator appears. And so that's been nice. We recently added another designer. And in that case, it's somebody that worked on EQ2 and then EQ for like 11 years. And so again, that's one of those, and more systems focused. That's a nice compliment. So if you're somebody that's got industry experience, feel free to reach out. If you're somebody that's not, but you're interested in getting into the industry, even if we don't have a role for you at the moment, I'm always happy to do what I can to give you feedback or advice or try to help you get into the industry. We have a lot of folks with engineering experience reach out to us from outside the industry. And so, hang out in the Discord. You never know. If it's something very specific where we're like, oh shit, that helps. We've just had another person kind of fill that as well. So yeah, it's, it happens. It's just, I don't want you to get the impression that it happens all the time. Does that make sense? But for the most part, when we need people, we'll post a role. But even then, it's it's an interview process. It's just like any other job, only one that doesn't pay you. Oh, will we? Jasmine spotted a question earlier and just let me know. Will you guys put inspect in the game? I don't know why we wouldn't. I would think that we would. Yeah, and in this month's update, it's a 2-month update, and so we'll also be introducing some new people. I think, I'm fairly certain, I don't know who all we haven't introduced yet, but I think we'll be introducing Jimmy on animation, Jason on design, Callum on, what are we even going to call that? On the tech side, but with he's he's probably sad because I just know him as like the dashboard guy. I'm like the guy that's gonna make all the wonderful dashboards for us. But he's got there's a bio that there's technical words for there are words for what he does, but much like earlier, without Tiny Violin's help, I might not find the exact words. Is there theoretically possibility of rebuilding the game from ground zero without Unity if you ever become big enough? I guess the possibility exists if we decide that needs to happen for some reason, or if Ollie just really gets bored one day and decides he's gonna do it some weekend. You never know. Just finished your bachelor's, might get started in your master's this summer. as Eric says. So if you guys have any leads on MMO Network, it'd be appreciated. Just shoot me a DM and Discord, and I can kind of tell you what my thoughts are on getting in the industry. But I'll let you know, I got in the industry through customer service. And a lot of times my question is, do you want to get your foot in the door? Like, do you want to get in the industry? Or a lot of people want to get in the industry by like having their dream job day one. It's not always that easy, especially these days where we got a job market where 20,000 people have been laid off in the last like 8 months. So it's a buyer's market out there. Let's see, Dragon, what'd you say then to me? Oh yeah, fair point. That does need to be fixed. Thanks, Dragon. Yeah, it's not even lore. I think that one's gonna just need to be different. I think I'll make it like no drop, no sell. Or it needs to have a prereq, a hand in. That's that bug that you found is a super noob mistake that I made. The fact that bug exists is not, I don't know. Maybe I put that quest in back when I was still drinking. Who knows? But we'll fix it. Thanks for pointing that out. Chief Pudding Officer. That may be a role that we need. Pyro said, yo, I tried this game yesterday but got lost at the starting point, not knowing what to do. Add a noob starter quest or directions, please. Thanks for making this. Pyro, we're gonna need you to yeah. One, read the starting note. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Read the guide, and then OOC is your friend. But yeah, and you can ask guards for directions. But the game is very much not one of direction. Like, it's in there. The original, and it was only kind of half a joke, the original idea was that you didn't even start with a starting note. You just started in the desert facing the city, and that's it. It's a game about nothing. Tupac Shakur, it really is. It's the Seinfeld of games. Longilla, I've heard that from a number of people. I've got to catch up on that one, because it sounds like some people are just getting brutalized by that quest. Found it very funny. I knew I did something wrong. Yeah, this game, basically, you know you did something wrong if you're dead. If you're dead, you did something wrong. It's rare that it's the game's fault. Sometimes it is the game's fault. I almost sounded like a politician there. It's never the game's fault, but sometimes it's the game's fault. You drowned in thin air today. That might have actually been the game's fault. No, it's definitely, if it's the game's fault, it's not the game's fault, it's definitely the developer's fault. Don't blame the game, blame us. Let me log what you sent me, Dragon, so I don't forget it. I did not have buggy affairs with that game. It depends on what the definition of bug is. I assume there would be fall damage in the game. There is fall damage in the game. One of the bugs that we found is there's a lot of fall damage in the game if you go too deep in the Wormsbane, so that may be an issue. Unintended feature, exactly. We call that a free feature. You know what? Yeah, I'm using God powers. Blue Pike, thank you for the follow. Sean is doing a bad job of showing what the game is actually like. Listen, there are much better streamers doing a much better job of showing off M&M right now. I am sure of it. This is just a customer service channel. Mortis said the closer you get to the Earth's core, the more gravity pulls you down, thus more fall damage. It's true, we have realistic Earth core physics in this game. Let's show some nice views, Sandstorm. Hey, I don't have control over nature. This is a live server. I'm not going to be turning the weather off and stuff. There is not an LFG window at this time. If Pattis trains us again, I'm writing a letter to HR. Yes, send that letter straight to hr@nicheworldscult.com. We will file it right next to the letter that is asking why the Wood Elf is just wearing some leaves. Turk asks out of character, what food vendor sells rations? Liz Biscuits. Response, food vendors. Liz, you can be more helpful than that. My dear Liz. Why is Pattis training you? Printer? I live in Germany. We have fax machines. Are those dead players? Yes, these are dead players. And this is a low population server. This is the EU server. I'm pretty sure if we went to a higher population server, this is not trim. This is the Matswar. Can you give you buffs? Nope, nope. We want you to play as naturally as possible. So, if you wipe, you wipe. You're all slow and weak, you're slow and weak. Even if natural means you rage quit, especially if natural means you rage quit. That's our marketing plan. It may not work for us. I'm surprised you gave Monk Spain Death at level 1. Some of the, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think some of the class defining abilities are skewed much lower at the moment just so we can get a feel of people using them. But we do want the classes to feel like the classes at low levels. Will anything we get carry over to future playtests? Maybe. It's very likely. But unless we do some major change that just breaks shit. But for early access, no. That is extremely unlikely. Will Rangers get track? I think eventually they'll have track. In some form. It's iconic. There's some cool ideas for what we can do there. All Rangers are good for its track, so I should hope so. That's not true. I just realized I didn't have my earbud in for the last like 2 hours, so hopefully nothing crazy is happening on the team. But I doubt it. Shit. The team doesn't need me. Screaming explosions coming from earbud. Yeah. Uh-oh. I figured somebody would just mention it in here. So far, Nick's come in to tell me, tell Ollie to look in Slack, and Ollie's come in to tell me to tell Nick to look in Slack. Nicodemus, enjoy dinner, buddy. I'll probably be asleep by the time you get back, if you come back. Oh, I see dead people. Will there be racial track? Can we only track gnomes if we want? You can track my little gnome crumbs. There's those skid marks on the ground. Oh man. Check Slack again, make sure everything's good. Let's see. Yeah. I'm gonna be distracted. I'm gonna type something to Nick and Slack real quick. But I'm not going to read it out loud because it's an exploit, and if I say it out loud, then you'll know the exploit, and we can't have that. Look at this craziness. Azalil is our savior. Oh no, I hate to tell you. Oh, see. Oh no. I'm just here to watch you die more. Smiley face. And put a smiley face on it, it'll make it better. As long as there's a smiley face, they can't take offense to it. Blood for the blood god. I heard if you hit Alt F4 you win the game. Hey, Silverlock, don't say that. One night, it was very late because we had a bunch of, we were patching servers a lot, and it was just a wild stream. It was like 6 hours in during the stress test. And I was muted because I was saying something to the team, and I looked at the camera and did a finger like 1 minute, and I went to close out my client by hitting Alt F4, and I still had Streamlabs focused because I just hit mute, and I just Alt F4 the stream. It was just done, and I'm watching above it. I'm just watching chat, like just F's in chat. I'm like, what just happened? Why are there F's in chat? I looked and I was like, oh, Streamlabs is gone. Oh, I just killed it. And yeah, so I immediately started it again. Or actually, no, I think I was confused. I didn't actually, at the time, I think I was confused. I didn't know what happened. I was just, oh shit, it crashed. Stuff's been a little weird on my machine, guys. Is it just based off a trigger word? That would be goofy if so. But don't put it past. If it's the level 1 thing, then okay. Either way, let's make it a special item that can't be sold, and then just give a little XP for the return. of it. There we go. Okay, sorry. I was distracted by... I was doing business, guys. This was important business stuff. Build is incoming, fixing the buff exploit. Unfortunately, redisabling fall damage to avoid splatting people at negative altitude. I wouldn't call them negative altitudes, Ollie. I would just call them altitudes that are below the norm. Pajama Jam in Shaded Dunes needs help on Rel. I've fallen and I can't get out. Pajama Jam, is your name derived from House Party 2? Yes, sir. Let's get this individual help ASAP, Ollie. We cannot have a lover of House Party 2 waiting. Sir, yes, sir. This is my Ollie. There are many like him, but he is mine. When selling Fire Beetle Eyes, it's hard to tell if you're selling the used up ones. I think that's a fair point. Yeah, because it doesn't show you the... Does it not show you the... Will they eventually change into a different item when they're used up? I thought we would, I thought we talked about having that happen. Like, so a torch would not just be... It would become like a burnt out torch. I forget that discussion. Great long-term memory on certain things. Short-term memory, not always the best. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Oh shit. That didn't work out. I'm fairly certain... Oh no. Maybe I'm incorrect. Oh no. It's true. Okay, that's a corpse. That's a corpse. I was like... Maybe she feigned death. Nope. No. She did not feign death. She really death. Even without me being part of the group, Jasmine says. Listen, my groups don't die as much as you say they do. Pajama Jam has been freed from the abyss. Thank you, Ollie. Now the kid can play the game. These guys are on a corpse recovery. We'll see, Wu-Tang. We'll see if he lives up to his name. Don't just stand there and watch us in our agony. What? Do you think... How do you think the game's gonna work? If I help you out now, then you're gonna get a very biased view of the game. You're gonna be like, this game is so awesome. You die, GM helps you get your corpse back, and then when I'm not around, you're gonna deal with the real deal, and it's gonna be like, oh my god, I hate this game so much. We rather you're gonna be like, this game is dog shit. If you can PK in this game, totally downloading. Lumdan, do you mean kill other players? That kind of PK, MPK? You gotta realize I'm getting a bit older, and when you say stuff like that, I get confused. I was like, you talking about MPK player? Don't think I've heard this discussed. Is there anti-cheat and stuff already enabled? I think some, definitely not all. There's some stuff at work. Monster player kill. Oh, training. Interesting. You formalized the term for it over the years. I think right now, if you do that on the PvP server, then it's all good. I don't know that we care at the moment on the PvP server. Not PK. I knew what PK was. MPK. Sneaky Russian. How dare you insinuate that I don't know that thing? I mean, it's a fair insinuation. There's a 50-50 chance that you'd be right. Listen, Sneaky Russian, you're on my good list for all of the wonderful answers you were giving earlier. Don't blow it. You did a wonderful job while I was eating dinner. You did a wonderful job on Tangent server or on stream. Don't start picking on me. I have a very thin skin. I have a very fragile ego. Nemo Wolf, thank you for the follow. Where are these people? Where did they go? There's still monsters up, so I'm curious. You should change stat to green when you're buffed in that stat. I don't know that that's a bad deal. We'll be doing a lot of. Oh my gosh, another one. Nope. Okay, Turk, good. Change. We'll be doing more UI work. By the time we get done working on our UI, all of this that you see here, we're going to keep Keith so busy, but by the time we get done working on the UI, we'll be able to say, some people say we have the best UI. We don't say that, but we have the best UI. Our UI will have the voice of Shane Gillis. Your UI is huge. Really, the biggest UI. It's the biggest UI. It's the best UI. We don't say that. People say it. When the UI is finally finished, it'll be time to upgrade to UI. You laugh, but in my experience in game development, that is such a true statement. Are they going to do? Oh shit. Oh no. Chadwick with the feign. UPK is ultra player kill. Oh, what was the old voice line? Oh man. Trying to think. Ultra kill. Yeah. Double kill. Triple kill. Unreal Tournament. When I was in customer service for EQ in the evenings when we were done with work, our work shift, we would play Unreal. Monster. Monsters of memory skill. Oh, you guys, you're so silly. Yeah, we'll be working on that sneaky Russian. There'll be more of that sort of stuff going on before we go live, and maybe even after we go live. No metric kills. And we have no voice acting throughout the entire game except that line pops off at some point and scares the shit out of you. That's true. Keith did just make a new placement tool for Node. Well, Turk died. Mortis, serious? Don't know what to tell you there, buddy. That skeleton looks very pleased with what it did. Yeah. It just ended this adventure. Poor Turk. Yeah, corpse recovery, it can be difficult. It's the real deal. Wu-Tang Swords said, it took me an hour and a half to get me and my group's corpses back from there. It was actually a blast. Jasmine, my wife's just laughing in the other room. On corpse recovery, losing your spellbook seems a bit overly brutal. Shiden, it seems like it. Pro tip. Meditate is in-game. Pro tip. You can have more than one spellbook. You can buy as many spellbooks as you want. You can put them in a bank. You can take your original spellbook. You can mim your spells, and you can put your spellbook in the bank. Spellbook's an item. Whatever strategy you want to use is up to you. We're giving you agency, but with agency comes responsibility. You're responsible for your actions. If you decide you take your spellbook with you and you get killed, that is a you problem. That's not an... Oh my gosh. That's how frustrated is your group right now? Poor guys. Oh. Quite. Tell them we're rooting for them. Tell them we are rooting for them. See if they can find a rogue somewhere. I'm gonna go out there, I'm gonna give them a pep talk. Listen guys, I know it's tough. Yeah, hire Quicksanta, exactly. I feel like leveling here is slower than P99, is that correct? I don't think that's correct. I don't believe that's correct. But if that is correct, I'm not mad at it, but I don't think that's correct. Which sadist made the decision to pan the camera slowly over my death? Who was that? I forget who made that call. Robert, what's going on? Gary. Gary did that. Good job, Gary. You're welcome. Goboid said, "Why are our pants always ripped in the back? I can literally see my goblin's balls." What? That's not true. What? That's not true. See what you did? Servers coming down because of balls. Server will be shutting down in 60 seconds. Little garden peas. Poor goblins. Oh man. That's funny. That was a question when Goblin first got on the team. I was taking a look at his art, and at some point I had a question. I'm like, so you draw a lot of goblins? And yes. I'm like, you draw a lot of naked goblins. I'm not sure how I feel about all the goblin penises. You're hired. Yeah, no. Shutdown is not happening now, Ollie? Turk said fake news. It was premature. Uh-oh. That will be a different game. Thank you, Keith. Old habits die hard. We are rooting for them. PvE server, we're rooting for them. PvP server, we are rooting them. Yes. Oh my gosh. Sleepy. Oh shit, they got the named. Well, there's two people here. Shalava said, we are badasses. That's the spirit. None of that complaining and quitting and crying. Be badass. Beat up the named mob in your underwear. Asmodai, where did you guys die? Beating things up in your underpants is what superheroes do. That is true. We should make some like propaganda style, war propaganda style posters. On a naked corpse run? Beating things up in your underpants is what superheroes do. If the server shuts down before, like, on them as they're getting their corpses, then that may actually help. Because that'd be a bummer. They're making a good effort of it. The blue room. Okay. Do you lose your corpse when the server shuts down? Oh, no. No. Nothing crazy like that. Don't superheroes wear their underpants over their pants? Sometimes. Sometimes that does happen. But it does repop all the monsters, yes. Alright guys. Teamwork makes the dream work. Stay together. Come on. Oh, no, you're looting stuff. You need to loot your corpse. You don't need to loot that skeleton. Yeah, Ollie, I'm keeping an eye on it because if they don't make it to their, like, if they're right at their corpses or whatever, or if they're down here when it restarts, then I'll try to clear it out for them so they don't, because they're making a strong effort at corpse recovery, and that's pretty normal. Pretty normal customer service. If a server bounces, then we got a little bit of cleanup to do. That's pretty normal. Ollie, it's 1:30 in the morning your time. What's going on, dude? And today's your Sunday. You gotta work tomorrow? Just playing ukulele and watching you watch them. The ukulele of stress. Come on, Goboid. Quit looting that and come loot your corpse. Get your little goblin balls. There we go. Now we got some light sources going as well. Okay, it looks like you made it to your corpse. Thank you for delaying the server shutdown. So cool. It was actually a coincidence. You know what? But happy it worked out. Server is going to bounce in a bit. Be sure to be safe. Be in a safe location. And now death touched him. Oh. That is mean. I thought there was a patrol here. Leon88 says, I'm really enjoying the game. Y'all keep up the good work. Hey, we thank you for that. Glad you guys are having fun. What are the numbers looking like right now? Not bad. Not bad. We got 128 on Rel, 101 on Crivia. We got 135 on Triminac, 42 on Storefall. Heradraw, 33, just all corpse camping each other. Lapindra, 112. So what is that? 128. 229, we'll just kind of round it. 360 something. 4, 5, like 5,500. That's not too bad. But it's not, it's only like 6 p.m. Eastern, right? Midnight here. So we still got some time for folks to log in. Everything will be saved right up to the server going down? Yeah. We don't have, there shouldn't be any like weird rollback. Look at these guys on an adventure. Back in UO, people would give you lots of stuff before a server went down, didn't save. Yeah. In EQ, I think there was often rollbacks where you would lose like the last X number of minutes. We dealt with that shit a lot in customer service. Oh, we'll fix that, Fathom. I'm fairly certain. Now, after corpse recovery, all the problems along the way make it satisfying. That was fun. See? But you were frustrated as shit a few minutes ago. Successful corpse run makes me so happy. It was not frustrated, just painful. Okay, okay. I thought you said they were frustrated. I was worried. I got worried. I remember, it's story time. I remember how frustrated I was when I first started training jujitsu. Oh my gosh, it was the most frustrating. It was horrible. It was horrible. The thing is, I can't imagine not starting from a point of frustration. Like, what is mastery if there's not frustration at the beginning of it? I think that's the thing that kind of messes with certain experiences. Like, there's got to be frustration. I mean, ask my wife. Today we were just talking about earlier, we're like, man, we really love each other. Like, we've got a great marriage. But I know I frustrate the shit out of her. We've definitely had some frustrating times. Frustration is important. All of this is just me trying to justify never putting a tutorial in the game. Like the first day of wrestling practice, my body hurt so bad, I can imagine. Unable to move. Wrestling's even gnarlier than jiu-jitsu. "60 seconds. Frustration is the building block of any good relationship. Exactly. I don't know if the skinning knife has got a purpose yet. It may be used in refining leather already. It was originally just put in as like a prop, like a gimmick item. But I think it might have been incorporated in. Hell's Lucas said, sure, but in M&M it gets better. It's because it gets better. With my wife, it doesn't. You need to watch out. Your wife may be in here one day. Mrs. Hales Luker is going to be like, uh-huh. What have I told you about talking shit with your friends online? Java Jam says, I am the only fighter that is 10 plus on my server. I don't think that this class is very popular. Do you have data on class popularity? We posted some at the end of the stress test, but it's in our Discord. But we'll post some new data after this. What made you pick fighter? Because it's badass. Yeah, Nicodemus, I was watching a group in Wormsbane do a corpse recovery. They did a wonderful job. Ugh. Hey, Kenji. If they're after the construct. Oh, nope. Might be. Trying to get back in. Was it premature? Thought it was just a quick bounce. Had to go in the rain to get some ice cream, but it was worth it. Should invest in an umbrella. Oh, that's more money you could spend on ice cream. Coca-Cola float. Nice. Delicious. I got the feeling that I'm just hitting the server hasn't been fully downed yet. I just want to go in and make sure that they're okay. Had some triple caramel and a berry pie a couple days ago. Man. You guys are gonna get me hungry again right before bed. Still not there yet. Still not prime time. Still not ready to get in. Hey, Unchained. Let me actually go all the way out. And double check this. Zone not up on Starfile. Alright. Times, thank you for the follow. Bohican, thank you for the follow 3 minutes ago. Raw RPG, thank you for the follow as well. Very kind of you. Oh no. Once again. Alright. No Matswar, so maybe Matswar's getting updated right now. And there we go. Let's see what happened. Serious question is why I can hear you in game yet? No, it is not in game. Ali, are you out there? What is going on? What is this about? Had so much fun exploring last night. Lots of cool areas. Oh man, awesome. Did you make it into Vale of Zintar? There's some new thing to look at in there. Couple new things. All right, here we go. We're on duty. Man, this feels much better than the beta test for Anarchy Online. They crashed so much for you. This feels, I'm not picking on them, but let's be real. This feels better than the launch of Anarchy Online for sure. Will Chuck Wagons be a thing? Maybe. Poor Anarchy Online, when that game came out, it was rough. They had some technical issues. In its defense, its first name was Anarchy. Fair enough. Had fun with Anarchy Online. Was part of the voluntary GM program at one point. So I think John was as well. I thought. Yeah, it was a cool game. It had a rough start. A number of MMOs have. Why we're doing this now. Haven't visited Vale yet. Will today. Went to Kupori and Sunscreen. Sungri. Shit. Telecare. Intricate. Nice. The Yoshiro dungeon is live. I went ahead and killed that placeholder for him because in all fairness, when the server went down, they had the name up. But I don't want to just spawn the name because they're not ready for it yet, I don't think. And then I don't want a double spawn and then they're in a shit situation. So, and I don't think we have a easy force spawn command just for one spawn. I don't believe. That's just patrol back there, I think. I like that folks are being conservative with their light sources. You can turn them on and off, right? Because they've got a finite amount of duration, so that's something to keep in mind if you're in here. Cool, man. Okay, Ollie. Sleep good, buddy. Great work today. Super cool. Things are going well. Servers have just been restarted, so hopefully they run smooth enough for the next 12 hours or so. Can you tan hide since Alodia? I'm not sure. I believe Nick was working on that stuff. If he's in here, he might be able to answer that for you. Player counts are looking pretty good. Even though Matt Squire is lying, there's more than 0 players on. Let's see. What class are you playing here? My GM character is an enchanter, but I'm not playing an enchanter. I'm just been doing a little GM stuff, running around, talking to you guys, occasionally helping with a thing as help has been needed. Let's see. So it's only like 7 o'clock East Coast. So we still have some time for people on the West Coast, on the East Coast to fully get in. So we'll probably see the servers go up a bit and pop. West Coast folks as well. For me, it's almost 1 in the morning. And I usually don't stay up that late. So what I'd like to do, there are a few people streaming right now. So I feel bad if I just rated one. Last night we rated Chinny D. Let's look. I don't think you guys are seeing anything top secret, right? So we got Sephiroth, we got Redbeard Flynn, we got Chinny D, got Static Group Live. This is Ollie's persistent 24-hour stream where you're seeing some technical data, server count, stuff like that. Primus MMO, Sanguine, that's us. Dirty Old Socks, Monotonous, Migs Live, LA Cool J, Newborn EQ, and is that Rhinus View? Okay. So rather than just raid one of these guys, there's a bunch of us in here. And like I said, I'd feel bad if we just raided one because we got lots of cool people streaming. What I'd like you guys to do is pick some folks. And I know how it is, like also when you raid, what'll wind up happening is, for whatever reason, we'll sit in a stream for hours, but the second the stream changes to somebody else. And honestly, in this case, I think you're gonna have more fun in any of these other streams. Because yes, I can answer some questions, but the team is going to be popping into these streams as well to answer some questions. Right, so these guys are gonna be playing, it's gonna be fun. They're fun streamers. So I'd like folks to disperse to the various streams. Raid admin goal? No. Disperse to the various streams. Tell them that I said hello. Because I would definitely do that if I was raiding them. But like what winds up happening in a raid is, I'm not telling this in Mortis. I will tell you what to do and you will do it. But yeah, so a lot of times when somebody raids, like people log out anyways, because they're like, finally this is over, I can get up. So instead, I will end the stream tonight the way I usually do. What we usually do, we stream, so for those of you that aren't familiar with the game, here's our website. Join our Discord, we're up to 8,300 people. We've got a mailing list of like 6,500 people, so please take a moment to open those links in another tab. If you love the music you've been listening to, we've got our playlist of our soundtrack to date up on YouTube. If you like EverQuest and you haven't watched the old game developer interviews I did with the old EQ people, there's a link to A Loving Robots, the A Loving Robot YouTube. It's there as well. And so, again, the team streams throughout the week. You'll usually see character art being done, environment art being done, some design work and running around and stuff being done. More and more of the team starting to stream as well. So there's a ton of opportunity to see the game in development and ask us questions as we go and give feedback. Thanks for being here tonight and sticking it out with me. I'll probably be back tomorrow evening for a bit as well, but maybe not as late. And yeah, please go check out Chinny D, Redbeard Flynn, Sephiroth, Static Group Live, Primus MMO, Sanguine, Dirty Old Socks, Monotonous, Migs Live, I Like Cool J, Newborn, and Brandis View. Whenever I stream and I wrap it up and I don't rate somebody, I like to just say goodnight to everybody that says goodnight to me. So, Inferish, have a good one. See ya, Keith. Unchained, thanks. I'm definitely going to sleep very well. Sephiroth, see you, and you're very welcome. John, see you. Namu, good night. Irate Turk, good night. Nick, see you, buddy. Choclar, good night. Bacon Leaf, thank you for the follow. I missed somebody up here. Night Nicodemus. Fathom. See you. Kenji, see you. Zeriki, good to meet you. Thanks for the follow again. Have a good one. Tenderly Entering. The best name. See you. Silver Dragon. Good night. Lich, thanks for being here. No bullshit. Bacon Leaf, hey, thanks and good night. Robert Helsinki, you musical master, you. Have a good one, buddies. See you tomorrow. Tatsumi, thank you very well. You guys have a great rest of your evening. Hopefully you're able to get in and play some if you haven't been playing. If you're just only able to watch the streams and stuff, again, check out the various streams that are available. Enjoy yourselves. Say hi to everyone. Keep an eye out for different members of the team. They'll be around to continue answering questions. Glad you guys are here. We still have another full day tomorrow, so if you haven't been able to get in the last few days, definitely get in and play some. It doesn't cost you a dime. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna go crash out and hopefully sleep in a little bit, and then I will probably see a lot of you tomorrow, man. Have fun. Bye-bye.